Hi. Hey. Hello. It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's 1:45 in the afternoon. It's 70 degrees in my house, and it's 12:28:25, and it's a Sunday, and it's a beautiful day. Well, it's an overcast day, but it's a beautiful day for me. As you can see, it is 1:46 a.m., 72 degrees, 12:28 on a Sunday. And I love you guys. Thank you so much. And yeah. And so I'm going to take it off the big face here. Don't have much to say other than I'm going to play some games and stuff. Got to fire up all the different games. And I'm going to watch some videos. Let's get to it. And then I'm just going to like see what's going on the X4 and all this other stuff. Okay. Yep, looking good. We're in the station. We have 30 mil. If we go and look at other things, we see that. So we do have a lot of things mining and lots of things doing. Very good. We are doing everything we are supposed to do. We have one unassigned ship, which I would like to local auto trade for. Yeah, keep flying away. Protect until further notice. Trade with heretics. Build storage. Transfer wares with build storage. Assign roll. Fly away. Protect until further notice. Trade for commanders. Build storage. Trade for commanders. Build storage alpha. Yeah. There. Does that work? Yeah, I believe it does. Yeah, so there's my X4. Next we will get into some 76 and then finally some Grand Theft Auto 5. Let's just go look at the free game on Epic, which was Scald Against the Black Priori. Doesn't look too good. I'm gonna skip that. And yes, and then we will put on my headphones now. Headphones. Gonna check the earwax in these headphones. Make sure that they're clean. Okay, good. Yeah, that was quite a bit of earwax actually. And then you. Let's get you clean. Okay, bit of earwax. Okay, now going to go switch sounds to my AirPods. There we are. We're going down to Rockstar and 76. Now, Melania throws down under the bus on Epstein files. Oh, no, I'm on the wrong one. Okay, so why 50 Cent hates his son.
50 Cent and his son Marquise have had a very public beef for the past few years. He went as far as saying he wouldn't have a bad day if his own child got hit by a bus. 50 posted this bold comment under a photo of Marquise and Kyle McGriff. But when you learn who Kyle is, you might not be surprised about 50's reaction. Kyle McGriff is the son of the infamous kingpin Kenneth Supreme McGriff, who is currently serving a life sentence in federal prison for a long list of crimes.
So anyways, gotta get my watch on and stuff. Today, I cleaned my house for fucking 3 hours. Yeah, since like 10 in the morning until like 1 o'clock, I like just deep clean my bedroom and shit. I got all this old stuff from years ago out. I am deep cleaning this house to the point where I can just bring a woman here at any given day of the year. It's like I'm going to keep my house so clean and so beautiful that a woman can just come here any day of the year, you know, and that's I'm going to get back to that point. I didn't live that way for a long time, but I will get back to that way. I used to. But I will get back to it. There we go. Got my watch, got my pen. Got 76 fired up. You are muted, are you? Yeah, you appear to be muted. No, you're not muted. You are not making sound? I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, you're on the AirPods. You don't seem to be.
Crimes. One of
No, you are on the AirPods, but no sound? Maybe the sound is different on Fallout? No, it's something. I don't know what this is. Go away, though. It wasn't that. It was some kind of thing about switching to AirPods. We'll go back in. And then, yes, bonus payments for the Cluckenbell Farm raid. Complete the Cluckenbell Farm raid to receive big GTA bonuses. So they want you to do this once. Maybe I will. Yeah, maybe I'll try and do the Cluckenbell raid once. You know, that's fun.
of those being the attack on 50 Cent, which led him to being shot 9 times. So when 50 sees a photo of his son, with the son of the man that tried to take his life away, he felt no remorse. Posting up with McGriff in that photo was a huge sign of disrespect from Marquise. Still, most people saw 50's comment as disrespectful and unimaginable, something they would never say to their own kid, no matter what.
Yeah, but you're hanging out with the child of his worst enemy.
He took to Twitter to respond. I have zero ill will towards anyone living on this earth. The people Shaniqua's son looks up to and associates with is a reflection of the negative energy he embraces towards me.
Yeah.
I paid his mother $1,360,000 in support to afford him opportunities I never had. Most people look at this and think, well, $1.3 million is plenty. I could make that work.
It's kind of like you put a number on being a father, though. I would never put a number on being a father. It's not like that.
However, his ex Shaniqua Tompkins sued him for $50 million, but not for
Unwillingly retired from my former post, head of security. I'd like to offer you a lucrative, albeit unorthodox, opportunity to make some money. And
That sounds like
sabotage
Busta
one of your
Rhymes.
long-standing adversaries. At the Vespucci police station.
GTA 5 Online. Who voices Vincent? Oh, TL Flint. Blue Bloods and Bound. Never mind. That's somebody else. Never mind. I haven't seen Blue Bloods or Bound. Oh, yeah. Blue Bloods, huh? Alright. Press E to start the Cluckenbell Farm raid. Okay. Sure. Can we skip any stupid things or whatever? Camera lock worldwide. Purchase all ammo. Purchase super heavy armor. I have $5 million. Confirm. Okay. Auto invite. See if anybody comes in. Alright. Well. There's one. Russian Leafy. Money is 463. Inviting players 53, 52, 51. Alright. Let's just go. Nobody else came, huh? Russian Leafy. Alright. Let's do the Clucking Bell raid. I am here. I would like to go back to my base. Base! Slush fun.
Wouldn't advise going inside. Not with your reputation for depravity and general aversion to the law. In all seriousness, your countenance is quite discernible, and there are certain of my consociates who would take it upon themselves to exercise their right to lethal force were they to encounter you in person. But it's good to meet you, my friend. Vincent, the LSPD's newest recruit. Let's take a walk. Relax. I'm a cop, but I'm not a cop. This is
My character looks awesome.
I mean, I have my path and you have yours. And quite frankly, I don't give a damn about your antics out there. In fact, we may be able to assist each other. I mean, check this out. You see that misguided individual? How do you think he's gotten away with selling drugs in front of that burger shop? Very conspicuously for 10 years now. In front of the largest department in the city. He cuts them in.
Effenberger, you copy? Yo, Effenberger.
I copy.
Worst last name ever, dude. I mean, effing what? Anyway, when you got 5, we all need some effing coffee down here. Don't forget the effing cream and sugar.
Copy that. Oh, these motherfuckers. Coffee for cops on the take. And that guy over there is only a modicum of the issue. There's a new cartel running a large-scale cocaine
Hi, kitty.
operation.
You come see me?
Factory in Paleto Bay. And be in no doubt, the cops did not own.
This is a long video, even for an MMO.
If you ask me, the cartel and the cops can both go to hell, preferably on the back of the same bullet. I'm talking about a surgical strike, man. Taking out the whole operation.
Hi, kitty.
That's why I came to you.
You can't block my television or my camera, though. Hi,
Let's go
kitty.
somewhere a bit more unfrequented.
Settle down. Sit. Sit.
I understand your motivation.
Sit down,
for
kitty.
this matters.
Sit down, kitty, and
You
butt
rate
away
that
from face,
factory,
please.
anything
Thank
find
you.
is yours to keep. This isn't about the drugs for me.
Good kitty.
This is about these assholes
Hi.
running the biggest protection racket in the state.
No, just
That's
stay.
status quo I cannot
You're good.
provide. As far as my part, I can provide all
Hi.
the intel you need.
Oh, I
Records,
love my
names,
kitty.
locations. We will need to educate ourselves on the factory, though. Gather materials.
Bored?
So we can attack it with
You
style
are.
and aptitude.
We'll go outside.
Ding fucking dong, Officer Effenberger.
This is so long.
Sleep over here. Get us some effing coffee.
Copy that. I'm on my way.
All right, let's go. I don't
Think
care about this.
If anybody deserves to be fucked with, it's these guys. Can I count you in?
Yeah.
Excellent. Now on to the first order of business. Acquire some funds. And fortuitously, we have files on some money laundering operations not far from here. The department allows them to operate for a share of the profits. I suggest...
What the hell was that sound? Whoa. Are we good?
Let me take these...
No. Okay. Yay.
Location should be coming through. Money launderers on LSPD files with cash to appropriate.
Okay.
I invite you to consider this as a double investment opportunity. A chance to raise the funds we need to go toe-to-toe with the cartel cop coalition. And as a
You will not drive.
disrupt some of your more
I cannot move.
competitors. Not to mention, land yourself a handsome reward when this is all over.
Oh my god, shut up.
No repercussions to it. One would not defecate in their own backyard, so to speak. Not without landing themselves in the proverbial dookie.
Why won't you let me move? Let me move. Why won't you let me move?
Based on comms, they do not look pleased with you.
Fucking annoying.
By the way, I will be able to assist you with my LSPD privileges. Accessing their database and communications is a perk of the job. One that will prove useful throughout this venture, I'm certain. Okay, pure simplicity. Get inside, get the money, get out.
Hey, bitch! Ain't no way out! You're dead, fool! Shit! You got hit! You gonna die, motherfucker! I will fuck you up, motherfucker!
Get down, get down, get down! Piece of shit developer, you're so much worse than the mobs.
As they say,
Fuck you. What?
Fuck you, bitch! Fuck! Get some cover! Hey, bitch! Shit, we got a man down! Oh, man! I gotta reload! You looking for a fight, pussy?
What?
Ass licker? Die, motherfucker! Put you down! I need some cover, man. I'm gonna kill you, motherfucker, whoever wanna neck.
Oh.
let's consider this forfeiture. So while you're hard at work, allow me to explain some of the background to our endeavor. A few months ago, a new cartel arrived in San Andreas. They came up with a pretty smart plan to get their operation up and running. Pay key employees at Clucking Belt to look the other way while they use their distribution network to move large amounts of cocaine. The factory up in Paleto Bay is pretty much a giant processing facility for the cartel. Every other Clucking Belt van you see in town has a brick of coke under the mega meals. And of course, corrupt elements of the LSPD were only too eager to get cut in. Ingenious, right? But they think they got this whole thing sewn up. And that's where we
Some kind of lag?
That was some admirable work, officer. I've just marked a local garage on your GPS. Once upon a time, it was an FIB facility, then LSPD for a while. Now it's disused and wonderfully off the radar. A perfect storage locker for our operation, in my strictly humble opinion.
This guy leave? What's wrong with the modern age? They've got this 6-second attention span. It's like, motherfucker, this is a 22-minute mission. I can't make it any fucking slower or faster. I didn't design the mission. I don't know, maybe he is there. I don't know. I don't rush like them, though. They can suck it. I'm not even from their generation. I don't need 6 seconds sober and 5 minutes fucking, like, 2-pump chump bullshit like them. I'm not like them.
Got it.
Thank you. Black screen for a long time. Why? What did I do? Oh, you're black screen for a pretty long time here. Why are we a black screen for a really long time? Here we go. This is 2025. Why are you loading me for 5 whole minutes like Rust? It's weird. It's a mission. Are we there yet? No. Some kind of thing about NAT restrictions or something. I don't know and I don't care. Wait, did it start again? Oh, it's got to do some long-ass load screen, I guess. Yeah, maybe. Wow, you are taking a fucking long time. Let's go. Hey, we're finally in. Yay! Why did this take so long? Okay, so you have unlocked a new reward. Access career in the pause menu to claim it. Alright, so now I'm going to go out and go to an invite-only session here so I don't get killed. Wielder Dro. Oh, right. I was trying to go and share inspirational. There we go. And then, what else? I'm looking for low-hanging fruit. I don't want to stand by him because he's loud. Yeah. Challenges for daily. Collect a board game. That's something I probably can do. Scrap junk for cloth. Kill a rad hog. Kill a burning rad scorpion. Take a picture. I want to re-roll that. Collect legendary modules. That's not hard. And then kill a burning rad scorpion. I don't think so. I don't want to re-roll Kill an angler, which isn't as annoying, but it's about as annoying. We'll re-roll it tomorrow or just not do it at all. So, yeah, killing 9 anglers, not so good. Okay, now we're in here. I did some stupid Cluck and Bell raid thing, so... Career... Rewards... I got the Cluck and Bell tea. Claim now. Claim this reward. Yes. Yes, claim the reward now. Claim the reward now. Thank you. So, how do I go to... Map. Oh, the save. Yeah, I should probably loot the safe, yeah. And I might have money, too. Okay, so, oh, kitty, what's wrong? Yeah, you doing okay? Are you bored? You wanna play? Yeah, you wanna play? You wanna kill this thing? Kill this thing. Kill this thing, kitty. Kill this thing, kitty. Don't be so bummed out, kitty. Yep, kill it. Kill it. Yeah, good kitty. Good kitty. Kill that thing. Yeah. Oh, you got it. You got it. Kill that thing. Oh, so fast. Oh, kill that thing. Oh, yep. Hopefully you can turn forward anymore. Poor bored kitty. It's not my job to entertain a cat. It's just not. It's not my job. I have some sympathy to her, and I will play with her, and I love her and cuddle her. Like today we cuddled for like half an hour. Like before I even got up, you know? I love my kitty. We have a good relationship, but she expects me to entertain her. I already have a job in entertainment. I don't need to entertain a cat on top of that. Yep, there's board game. That was low-hanging fruit. Collect weekly. Kill an anger. All of those are kind of shitty. Collect legendary modules. I guess that's a low-hanging fruit. We could go do that. Or think, anyways. I think, yeah. So let's go back to the rest of it. Let's turn on the music and go back to the rusty pick. Fast travel. Okay, B, come down to money. Main menu, deposit. 6609, yes, and there's more money. Then I will do the other daily stuff that I've got to do before I do anything else with the Cluck and Bell raid. All collectibles. Oh, kitty, you want to play? Okay, we can play. so good at it. Oh, yeah, kill this thing. Oh, you're starting to get it that I'm trying to play with you. Yeah, if you'll play, I'll play with you. But you suck at playing most of the time. Yeah, we need to get you better. Better. Yeah. Oh, you got it. Good. You got it. It's moving. Yeah, you happy kitty? Oh, yeah, you're bored kitty. Oh, yeah, can you get your tame? You got it. It's yours. Every few minutes I'll play with her till she's mollified, but I'm not her fucking entertainment. I don't want it to interrupt my stream. This is other people taking control of my fucking life because I'm a nice person. The cat, my mother, everybody. I don't care what it is.
Hey, you good? You take care. Gotta go back to work now, kitty. You're like my child. I love you and I will always play with you, but I also have a job, kitty. I have a job. Just like everybody else. I know they don't think I do, and that I don't make money doing what I do, or that I don't fucking spend all my time doing what I do. But I do. And I need other people to understand it. Juggernaut's Golf Club. So I am trying to... Ooh, bear arm. Oh, it's a kitty. Okay, you want me to play? Okay, I'll play. Play with you? Alright. I don't want you taking any more of my time right now. I'm sorry. I'm not your slave, kitty. Just like my mother, I'm not your fucking slave. I'm not. Wait, these are 1,000 a piece? 100 for 100 things, 1 for 100 modules, huh? Yeah. Heart of the swamp. Destroy the infected the heart of the swamp before it spreads.
That's the top of the hour one? No, that's a later one. Okay, leave this place. Let's look at the low-hanging fruit for challenges, diseases, daily. Take a camera picture of an iBot. That's in a low-hanging fruit, kind of. An iBot. Where would I find an iBot? I will find an iBot at where I used to live, Robco Research. Hi. Okay, then we looted the safe. The heat on the car wash is not too high. I will go back to... Oh, let's play with the kitty. It's time to play with the kitty. Yeah. I'm going to keep this kitty entertained over a longer period of time before it's going to take breaks so she doesn't get all stressed out and have a stroke right now. Good kitty. Oh, yeah, you got it. Good kitty. Silly kitty. Is Chumash next? Yeah, I think it is. And then the stash spot, because I'm out of armors and stuff, I think, yeah. Then we go to the stash spot. I'm at 5 million, which isn't bad. I should go gambling for like an hour and see if I can't get like another million or something. I'm getting towards the Michael DLC, Mansion DLC. Fucking annoying. Die. Die, you. Die, 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 die. Die, 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 die. Stupid bots. Now, stay away. Colonel Gutsy. Stay away, Colonel Gutsy. Stay away. So then, here and say Z. Photo mode. Did I kill the iBot? No. That was a challenge. Nice. But it wasn't the iBot one. Oh my god, you're so annoying. This is an iBot. Take a picture of it. No, it's oh yeah, there's an iBot. Take a picture of it. Take a picture of it. You're in the field of view. You roll, camera speed, depth of field, strength, distance, range. No, this you are not working. I don't know. I'm going to stop. Glitched as hell. No idea. Kill a rat hog. We know where there's supposed to be rat hogs, so we'll go try to get that, but I don't think so. Dino Peaks, mini golf. Nope. Take me out there to the highway town first. Fast travel. Bounty board, please. Sell stock 273,000, not bad. Resupply, buy supplies, confirm, and then we'll sell stock to Los Santos. If that doesn't work, we will take a bunker mission.
Okay.
Nope.
Child support for allegedly burning down their house in May of 2008. He tried to kill me and his own child, said Shaniqua Tompkins, who miraculously survived the suspicious 4 a.m. blaze, which leveled the $2.4 million mansion in Tony Dix Hills, where she lives with the rapper's 10-year-old son Marquise and 4 relatives. She goes on to say that 50 threatened me on Monday that he was going to have someone visit me. Even the local fire chief, Larry Feld, knew something about the situation was weird when he said the fire was definitely suspicious because of the volume of the fire and how fast it spread. Now, this is an extreme accusation and seems unlikely that 50 would burn his own house down just so his ex couldn't have it. Ultimately, the lawsuit never went to trial, and we got to hear 50's side of the story months later. The courts told her she had to leave, 50 said. It's kind of more like, if I can't have you, you can't have it. So you figure she lit it up? The interviewer asked. Well, I don't want to say that. Don't try to make me say something I don't want to say, 50 Cent replied. But the circumstances to it might seem that way. 50 says his ex burned the house down. Shaniqua said that he did it. The mystery looms still to this day. But 5 years later, we would get a glimpse of how bad 50's temper actually is when a series of shocking text messages with his son were released. Hey, I'm outside the house at the front door. I came to the front door. The lights went off. You lying? You outside? You fronting? I saw you looking out the window. Good luck in life. You're gonna need it. LOL, you frontin' hard body now. How you going to see me when I'm in the basement, LMAO? Q. You are your mother's child. LOL, why would you lie about that? I need a blood test, cause that dick-sucking bitch you call mom was fucking the whole time. It's cool, I will never go out my way again. You disrespectful little motherfucker. LOL, you never do. I don't know not father that doesn't even call their son for his birthday, or get him a gift for his B-day or for Christmas. You are your mother's child. I don't have a son anymore. To no surprise, people were mortified at these messages, confused how a father could speak like that to his 16-year-old son. How did it get this bad? It seems like 50 went out of his way to go visit Marquise, then Marquise didn't come to the door for some reason. Seems like an odd situation, and possibly an overreaction.
No, it's probably an assassination or something dumb.
However, Shaniqua went to the press a year later and said that 50 hasn't seen his teenage son in 2 years. 50 also didn't go to Marquise's high school graduation in May of 2014. Apparently, he wouldn't even call on his birthdays. This became a reoccurring theme, where Shaniqua would go to the press and publicly air out their relationship issues. 50 claims she is crazy, bitter, and entitled to money and fame just because they have a kid together. But the caveat to all of this is that 50 was contributing money to her and Marquise. A lot. $1.3 million in child support. An insane amount of money, which ended up being around $6,700 per month. But Marquise says it wasn't enough.
It's $6,700 a month.
Okay.
That's not, in my eye, it's not a lot of money. I've seen a lot of money.
What?
That's not a lot of money.
Now, New York City is the most expensive city in the world. So let's do some quick math. In New York City, a child is entitled to be supported by their parents until the age of 21.
That's like
50 and his ex split up in
No, it's like
2008.
36.
Marquise turned 21 in 2019. So 50 would
36
legally
now.
have to pay support for 11 years. 50 said it was $1,360,000. So that would actually be $10,303 per month. But Marquise said it was just $6,700, which is a huge difference. Kind of weird. I don't understand the discrepancy, but let's just go with $6,700. The average cost of rent in New York City in 2009 was $2,400, and in 2019 was $3,200. Let's just call it $3,000 rent for a 2-bedroom apartment. For cost of living, we can go $300 for utilities, $150 for internet, $750 for car payment and insurance. You can also just ride the subway. That's $129 per month for an unlimited Metro card, $1,000 for food, I don't know, $700 for clothes. We just got up to $6,000, and as you can see, I overestimated on all these expenses, and $6,700 is still enough money. And that's not even including another potential $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 per month that Marquise's mother could be contributing. I think we can all agree $6,700 is plenty. But Marquise didn't exactly say it wasn't enough money, it just wasn't enough for the lifestyle he expected to have.
Raise a celebrity
I
A-list
pay child
child.
support.
paid $350,000.
Yo, look,
Your
this
child
the thing,
is
though,
not
right?
me. Brother.
Your
child is not me. Your child never been on a private jet before. Your child don't get fly like me.
Marquise thinks that since he is the son of a rap superstar, that he deserves a certain lifestyle. He says he has been in 13-bedroom mansions, flown private jets, traveled around the world. Why should he have to go back to living an average lifestyle? Most people are calling him spoiled, entitled, but Marquise denies that.
So when he paints this entitlement shit out in the public, he's entitled. Bro, I could have went to school and flunked out 5-10 years, and I didn't. Because I'm not entitled and I do not care about no bread, bro. And if I really care about some bread, I'll be kissing his ass.
Based on Marquise feeling like he needs to live a certain lifestyle, being the son of an A-list celebrity is literally the definition of entitlement, which is believing oneself to be inherently deserving of privileges or special treatment.
I think they're both greedy.
Entitlement creates resentment. If Marquise asked for a pair of Jordans on Monday, his mother would make sure they were on his feet by Tuesday. It still didn't make him happy. Instead of being excited to rock his new pair of Jordans, all Marquise could think about was all of the retro Jordans he didn't have. All the different flyaways and colors that weren't in his closet. When he should have felt gratification, all he really felt was disappointment.
50 wanted his son to work for his own money, not just live off of his father.
My issue with Marquise wasn't that he wanted all those sneakers. When I was a kid, I wanted sneakers too. The difference is that I was willing, make that determined, to do the work necessary to obtain them. I wouldn't for a second want Marquise to have to resort to the type of work I put in to get my kicks. At the time, I perceived selling drugs as the only viable option in my environment, so I pursued it. Marquise has so many more options in front of him than I ever had. I just needed to see him pick one and put in the work.
The saddest part about this back and forth is that it seems to have done damage beyond repair for the two.
Fifth, you love yourself? I used to. You ask yourself how long, a complicated question would say, how long can you love something that don't love you back?
You can hear the pain and disappointment in 50's voice. Although Marquise is going viral for being ungrateful, it seems like what he truly wishes is to have a relationship with his father. Marquise wanted his dad to be there for him emotionally. He claims he doesn't care about the money. It doesn't make up for the missed birthdays, not going to graduation, never visiting. Of course 50 is super famous and extremely busy, but you can understand why the boy would feel the way he does. He just ruins his argument when he starts talking about money. Parents show love in different ways. Some fathers provide more financial support than emotional support. Some people think that mothers are supposed to be the emotional support for the child. All parents raise their kids differently. There's not one right way to do it. The most toxic part about this whole situation is that instead of talking to each other, they air out their differences on Instagram Live, radio interviews, and through TMZ. 50 is known for being petty, trolling, sarcasm. Marquise is the same way. They are making light of serious situations for the public to have a laugh, or for some Instagram likes. One thing we know for sure is that the only way this will ever get solved is if 50 and Marquise finally decide to sit down and talk everything out, privately, off of social media.
You know, if you do decide to leave the streets, it doesn't make you lame, it doesn't make you a bitch.
So Bang is leaving the streets though.
You feel that people want to kill you?
Yeah, there's no such thing.
Does that go through your mind pretty much every day when you wake up?
Every day, all day. I'm a very disrespectful person. Yeah. I know what I did in my lifetime.
One interviewer warned a rapper to change his actions, and another foreshadowed his death in an interview. These are rappers' most disturbing last interviews. First, we have to start with Chicago rapper Bloodhound Lil Jeff, because Jeff was just starting to get a buzz in the city and was growing insanely fast. Fans on the Skycatlive Reddit were even talking about Jeff non-stop, since they were comparing him to the next King Von. It's rumored that Lil Jeff allegedly had 10 bodies, because Jeff would even hint at having bodies on his Instagram.
Nah, he'd be in jail. Nah, even after 2, they're after you for the rest of your life, pretty much.
Class start next week. You gotta at least have 2 bodies though. For I ain't coming with no. You ain't got. I can't work with no beginners, folks. You gotta at least have a 2. I'm gonna give y'all 2 minimum. A 2. I'm gonna start at 2 minimum.
Listen to you talk about murder like it's nothing.
At 2 minimum. Now I'm just doing it for a tradition. And whatever I say, do it. If you do anything scary, I'm smoking your.
Since Jeff was going crazy, interviewers wanted to get up with him since he was buzzing in the city. So one day, DJU TV invited Lil Jeff and the other Bloodhounds on his platform to do an interview. DJU asked Jeff about the video where he said he's training people to be killers and tells Jeff that doing that isn't smart. It's not a bright future by doing that since it's only 2 places that could lead. And Jeff felt some type of way since he thought differently about it.
If a student graduates from this school, their future probably not looking too bright.
What? What you trying to say?
I'm saying there's only 2 places
So
they
my
can end up
future
in.
not looking bright.
I mean, I don't know if you graduate from the school or not. I don't know.
It's like, oh, man, just look, is my future looking bright or not?
But I'm just saying, if you graduate from a killer school,
He trying to say ain't looking bright.
no, you're a rapper, so your future looks very bright. But if a young man go to a killer school, you know,
Become a rapper and have a bright future. See, there you go, big up.
money and be well.
Exactly, he could do a lot.
DJU then asked Jeff how he is getting all his jewelry and stuff, since Jeff has tons of jewelry but hasn't made much from rapping yet. And Jeff lets him know off hitting licks and stuff.
where you be getting all these fly watches from?
Suck that sweet.
Okay.
$3.99. So yeah, he be giving them to me, really. They just be letting them keep them tight. They put them on, I just keep them. They be friendly as hell.
Word. I see he's still on your wrist,
bro.
bro.
Have them, bro. I got my own. Well, it was like it's both of ours. And then we got another one. And then it's another one, but it's not here right now. One of the other guys got that. And then you know we got, man, you know, you be seeing that chains all day like a slave.
DJU tries warning Lil Jeff that he needs to tighten up and change his life. He knows that all of the rumors that he is hearing aren't just coming out of nowhere and are likely to be true, since DJU didn't see a bright future for Jeff.
Hey, y'all gotta chill on all that.
Nah, man.
I know y'all grown, I ain't y'all daddy, but I ain't even finna sit here and act like that. Cool, man.
Hurry up in the aisle.
Y'all gotta, you know,
You're a real for that.
just tighten up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
We tight on for sure.
hey, nah, for real, Lil Jeff, you hit me because you got a lot of potential, bro.
I'm tight on what you. I'm not loose out here, bro. I got my together, man. You just hear bad, and it sound like you believe in it, bro.
Man, cause hey, look, I used to DJ for Vaughn, right?
The people
And they used to say all type of crazy about him.
See what I'm saying? So you should be used to this.
All that is true.
Hell no.
But it's like Jeff wasn't really hearing what DJU was saying. Later in the interview, they started talking about karma, because that's when DJU tries to let Jeff know that the energy that he's putting out might end up catching up to him. But Jeff let DJU know he doesn't believe in karma or bad luck.
Negative energy upon yourself.
Nah.
Like the negative, like the energy you putting out, like onto the internet and stuff. Don't you think
Hell
that?
nah.
The flags
Okay.
in this game look good. They're
I don't
like
believe
actually
it.
flying
Like
the
that, no
way.
bad luck and karma and dumb shit. That's not real.
Then, a few weeks after the interview with DJU, things caught up to Lil Jeff. On June 8th, 2024, Lil Jeff was back in Chicago in his ops territory, and video footage showed the incident because Jeff was on a drill, trying to take out one of his ops. In the video, Jeff can be seen shooting at someone and chasing them into a house, when out of nowhere, someone within the house returned fire and ended up hitting Lil Jeff in the chest. Then, not long after Jeff died, his ops would go online making fun of him and celebrating since Jeff got killed while trying to kill someone.
They say they shot that brain.
And Jeff maybe should have taken DJU's advice, since he already knew how things would play out for him. But Lil Jeff isn't the only rapper from Chicago to whom an interviewer tried giving warnings. The same happened with FBG Duck. One day, Duck was doing an interview with DJ Vlad. During the interview, Duck talked about getting shot twice on 2 separate occasions while being in Chicago.
Where did you get shot both times?
In the ankle and in the calf. In the same leg, in my left leg. When I got shot the second time, when I got shot the first time, I went to a party as soon as I got out the hospital. I went to the hospital, they wrapped my leg up, went to Lil J party.
Later in the interview, Vlad asked Duck why he wouldn't move out of Chicago, especially after getting shot more than once, since his ops were really out to get him. But Duck tells him,
why stay in Chicago when these types of shootings are happening?
See, what it is with me, like, I got more in Chicago probably than they got more in Chicago. Like, that I gotta make sure I take care of here first before I do anything. You can die anyway. You can get shot anywhere. You feel me? But it's just like in Chicago, I know better. You feel me? Like I know what to do and what don't to do and what not to do. You feel me? And it's like now how I move around, I'm safe, you feel me?
Duck then lets Vlad know that half of the big rappers from Chicago moved from Chicago because they're scary. And he isn't so scary, so there's no point in moving if he's not scared.
Like, them is real rappers. You feel me? Like, them scared. It ain't cause they got money and move. A lot of to tell you is cause I got money, I'm rich, why I gotta be in Chicago? No, you scared. You don't need songs rapping, but you really scared. That's why you got out of Chicago, cause you
Later in the interview, Duck talks about how he feels and knows that people want to smoke him. And he thinks about that every day, all day.
You feel that people want to kill you?
Mm-hmm.
Does that go through your mind pretty much every day when you wake up?
Every day, all day. Every day, all day. It changed how I move.
It would have been good if Duck had taken Vlad's advice and moved out of Chicago because Duck was dissing dead ops and still in the city. Unlike Dirk and some of the other rappers who were dissing dead ops. So Duck had a lot of attention on him and really had to watch how he moved. But in August 2020, Duck decided to go out shopping with his girlfriend in a rich neighborhood called Gold Coast. He always talked about moving smart and staying safe in the streets since he knows how to move around Chicago. And Gold Coast definitely isn't the place you'd expect to see a shooting. But after O-Block got the drop on him, 6 of them hopped in 2 cars and rushed across town to catch him. When they spotted Duck, they jumped out of the V's, and it was on sight. Duck tragically died from getting hit in the chest and neck. Everyone suspected O-Block as soon as it happened. And in 2021, C-Thang, C-Murder, Muwop, Los, and Zell Money all got hit with a RICO case over it. And in April 2023, a 6th O-Block affiliate named TZ got booked for the shooting too. According to a witness who had talked to the cops, Vaughn dropped a $100K bounty on Duck's head since he really wanted to get him gone. And it sucks that Vlad tried wanting Duck to move from Chicago, but Duck didn't feel like anything could happen to him down there. But now, let's move on to a rapper from Philly known as Fat G's. One day, Fat was doing an interview with Philly First 48, and during the interview, Fat was talking about how he's insanely deep in the streets and can't leave the streets, and how it's hard to squash beef because Fat lets the interviewers know that beef can't be squashed no matter what.
Squash your beef or something, these in this, bro. Like, in it, they can't squash it if they wanted to, bro. It's just deeper than anything, bro. You feel what I'm saying, bro? Like, this is me, like, you feel what I'm saying, bro? You played basketball, you had career, anything, bro. They took your homie out, and then you gotta drop everything and react or be a...
One of the hosts, named Che, was trying to school Fat and let Fat know that it doesn't have to be like that, and you have to mature and learn how to let things go. But G's wasn't trying to hear what the host was saying.
But yeah, what, exactly. What can you tell? Like,
I'm gonna
kill your homie that you with every day, y'all smiling and you laugh, tears, bro. Then
I'm gonna tell you.
Like, you feel me?
I'm gonna tell you what you're saying.
You feel me, bro?
It come with maturity. Because at the end of the day,
it come with maturity when you get
it don't come with maturity when they don't got no sense to the murder.
No.
So if shoot your homie dead through the door, bro, on some and kill your homie, that don't got nothing to do with maturity, bro.
When I'm 18,
like certain situations don't got nothing to do with maturity, though.
When I'm 18, I'm going right back and it don't even matter. I'm ready to die. I'm an Iron Man. I'm Superman,
for sure.
Yeah. At 32 with a kid, that's 2 kids.
You just gonna move different. You gonna still handle that.
Jay then lets Fat know that none of the guys out here killing are doing good. And what's the goal of being a gangster?
However, all them killers, out of all of them, what percentage of them is doing good?
We never said that.
No, so then what's the real goal to be a gangster?
Nothing.
Because killing, that's easy.
Yeah.
That's easy.
But guess what? That come over time.
You know how easy it is to pull a trigger,
but listen, coolness don't got nothing to do with with get back.
And Fat G's would end up losing his life after this interview in a very crazy way. On March 17th, 2024, Fat was posted outside of his mom's house until he noticed someone odd in his Ring camera. So he went up to talk and ask who they were, since he didn't want a shooting to go down at his crib.
Oh, what's wrong with you? And I knocked on his door and I asked him who you looking for.
Talking about go ahead. He just told me to go ahead.
Fat then lets whoever he's on the phone with know that he's about to flame the dude's car, since he didn't know who it was parked on the block.
In front of my door, I'm about to flame. Like, I'm about to flame this car right now. I don't know what's up because.
Not long after, Fat kept talking to the dude in the car. And I guess he took offense to Fat saying that he was about to flame his car up. So the driver eventually upped his fire on Fat and let off several shots, ending his life.
Huh? Bro, somebody shot me up. Bro, are you listening to what I'm saying, bro? Somebody hooked my crib up, bro. You sitting in front of my crib, bro. Get his crib up.
Yo!
What is wrong with him? Come on!
Video is very disturbing, and unfortunately, Fat lost his life this way. And many people say Fat G's messed up by saying he would flame the dude's car up. Others say he made a huge mistake by walking up to the guy's car. And it's crazy because the interviewer also warned Fat G's about being more mature and letting things go. Now, let's move on to PNB Rock, because in an interview, he talks about a situation in which he almost got robbed and killed in LA one time. And the sad thing is, he actually ended up losing his life this way too. Rock and academic.
I'm gonna say what I just said again louder. I used to think a lot of this shit made sense when you consider how close people are in these inner cities and stuff, and everybody kind of steps on each other's toes and it's all within the game. Now I think it has a lot more to do with just being pointlessly fucking scary. On all sides. Every race, every gang, like every money, like all the different income brackets. It's kind of like that television show The Wire. The corruption is complete. And I used to think the people in the game were the most blameless because they like were just caught in the game. Now I think it's about this senseless level of just profane violence and sickness and death and weird perversion and shit, and it's on all sides. I think white people are guilty of almost more than anybody else are. Kind of, it's kind of crazy. Like it's weird, and it's on all sides. It's weird. It's not a race thing. It's not a class thing. It transcends religions. It's something about embracing the loss of innocence. You know, the loss of innocence. Oh yeah, so I just blew 5,000 more caps on plans, by the way. I bought plan blue camo power armor paint, blue ridge rug, bottle plush, cappy plush, circus bench, circus seesaw, circus stairs, MG42 light machine gun, Nuka girl area Nuka rug, pickaxe, plastiform Santa sleigh, Princess Castle pink sleeping bag, rusted T60 Jacko light, Shenandoah road sign, ski sword, skate blade, Yagwai pastry. Is this rads? Glow, but not very much. Can I stand by this and get glow? Nice, and there's an easy uranium fever. Cool. And I bring home some notes to sell, and I'm getting some XP, getting some good XP and stuff, and that's kind of my daily bread here for 76. I'm sure there's other stuff I could do, but I'd rather just move on to Starfield and keep grinding Starfield. I'm seeing this horizon now where if I just grind it for like 8 hours every day for a couple of more weeks, I'll be done with Starfield and I'll reach like 100% achievement or whatever. And I will, or it might be longer than that, it might take longer than that, I might need a break or something, but it's fine. In the end, I want to be able to just use all mods on an achievement enable run where I got every last achievement except for Survey or whatever. Survey is the only one I don't want to do. Except for Survey, because it's bullshit. I might even do that just to get it out of the way. But I figure if there's a game in the modern age that actually means something to completionists, it would be Starfield. So I want a completionist Starfield. Things that I'm not sure even Mortismal can do. You know? So... 520 plans. Hells yeah. Somebody else bought some more. Yeah, are you bored? You want to play? You want to play some more? I'll keep you busy with this toy if you want. Yeah, you'll kill it. Yeah, you kill it. Your reflexes are good, kitty. Look at your sharp eyes and stuff. You're doing so good. You're doing so good. You can't see it, but you can't see it. Good kitty. Good kitty. Good kitty. Alright, fine, then don't. You won't play, then don't. Fine. Okay, I am going to the cooking stove. Did I turn off the music? Oops. It's getting easier to get in and out of the base like as I want.
Academics were talking, and academics talked about it.
I don't know, the chainsaw is cool. I could 3-star this chainsaw. If it, I mean, its weight is nothing. Yeah, hey kitty, you wanna say hi and cuddle? Oh, my cute little kitty. I love my kitty. Are you happy that I play with you? Are you a happier kitty? Yeah, are you happier kitty with me? Are you like you a little bit happier in this place? You live in this place. This is your home, kitty, for the rest of your life. This is your life and you're living it every minute of it. Okay, so now I am trying to get to the laptop and pull the truck mission because I want the 300 grand. And then I will go to the casino and do my daily roll.
how LA has always felt spooky to him. While they were on that topic, Rock told him a story that he went through the first time he was in LA.
Always felt a little spooky to me. And just tell me, and it's fine. You tell me if it's just me. But like just LA, I think because LA is synonymous with the death of Biggie, death of Pac. Yeah. And I think it's just so much where like might be like ganged up other places, but I've never seen
Vegas was
gang
where
culture
Tupac
over there.
was killed.
Serious, I ain't gonna lie. I went through it when I first like was having in LA with some Grape Street. This day, you feel me? 03 Greedo and them.
Yeah.
You feel me? They try to do something. But they seen that I wasn't on it.
Rock then lets academics know how they tried testing him, since the goons wanted him to come to his hood.
Tried to test me like on some test. Like,
yeah.
They was just like, yeah, come to the hood. You feel me? Like, come up to the hood.
Come to the hood.
I went to their hood. You feel me? With strapped up. You feel me? Like I went with, like it was like 3 of us. We wasn't crazy deep. Cause I just be wanting to know like y'all, I'm just like y'all, bro. You feel me? Like I'm just like you. I came from the trenches.
But that isn't the only time PNB Rock had some problems while in LA, because he talks to academics about another time goons tried him while he was with his family.
Like mid-pandemic, but it was like another one.
Though?
I don't know. I guess could be sweet. You feel me? They just be with my family. They think I'm just out here lacking. You know what I'm saying? So it would be one of those type of situations. Just talking loud shit, wanting me to hear their conversation. And it's like, I'm with my peoples. Like, I'm with my daughter and my girl. Like, why they talking about this? Like, with this around? Like, we outside, we on Fairfax. I'm like, man, you know, I already peed the blitz. We out.
Gangsters out there on Fairfax.
Like, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
No, like, I'm on Fairfax right now.
Yeah,
so I'm like, man, we out of
like,
here.
what?
You feel me? Like, we going. My girl, like, no, we ain't. What's wrong? I'm like, I'm just going off of the vibes. Like, we.
And it sucks that PNB Rock didn't take note of the times he's been run up on in LA and started moving differently when he was out there. Because on September 12th, 2022, PNB Rock took his girlfriend to Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles in LA. His girl posted a picture on IG tagging their location, and at around 1:20 p.m., someone walked up to rob him. The police say the victim, along with the female witness, were in the eating area at a restaurant when they were approached by at least one suspect who had a firearm and demanded property from the victim. And another dude started letting off shots and snatched PNB Rock's jewelry and ran off. After the situation hit the internet, many people blamed PNB Rock's baby mama for posting the location. But Cardi B made a tweet saying, "I highly doubt was looking at PNB's baby mama IG. He was in a bad location and people stay outside plotting." It sucks that PNB Rock didn't start moving differently or hire a security guard while he was in LA after the 2 first times that he had crazy situations down there, since it seems like they were out to get Rock bad out there. But now, let's move on to 051 Melly. Even though Melly never dropped a song, he's huge in the Chicago drill scene for some of the things that he's done, similar to female assassin K.I. So Melly was getting interviewed just like the rappers since he was around rappers and doing crazy things in the streets. And one day, Zach TV pulled up on Melly and Mubu Crump. During the interview, Melly talks about taking a chain at a party and doing all types of crazy, slimy things during parties in Chicago.
Nothing. I still took it by myself. When they sexing by myself, I took it. They was outside. I was in there by myself.
By yourself?
Yeah, he lied on his interview, said we was brawling. We had a fight in the hallway.
Are you?
Yeah. He just came in the party. I knew who he.
Pass it to the gang. Now we share it.
That's crazy, man.
Melly was doing all types of things in the streets of Chicago, and he had a reputation for being one of the most feared gang members in the city. But all that would catch up to Melly, and he ended up dying at a party, which is the crazy part, since he was always doing crazy things at parties. One day, THF Bezu called Melly lacking at a house party with his friend Mubu Crump. The two were standing in the front yard when a car rolled by and shot them both. Crump was killed, while Melly miraculously survived. And this wasn't the first shooting that he survived either. So that's twice that Melly survived headshots. But that didn't stop him from getting back in the streets and attending parties. Surviving 2 back-to-back shootings helped Melly's reputation in the streets. And it was only a matter of time because he got right back into action. Because 051 would lose a member named Bankroll Q. Melly would be the one to get payback and would slide on the 2 ops who were thought to be responsible. But Melly's thirst for revenge couldn't be satisfied, and he just kept racking up bodies on top of bodies. Melly had gotten close with a set called Gyro City. Not too long after getting close to them, one of his homies from Gyro City, named Motor, was killed. This made Melly even more reckless. His reputation in the streets made him a little too comfortable, and Melly ended up getting into it with a dude named 007 Nate from Taekwondo World over a dice game. Melly responded by shooting up Nate's crib while his baby mama and newborn child were inside. No one was hit, but Nate wanted revenge. And in September 2019, Melly was attending another party. And it seems like Melly had the worst luck when at parties. FBG and Gyro City were throwing the party. Melly pulled up to the party since he was cool with both gangs, but they warned him that some of his ops from TW may be there. Melly must have felt untouchable because he pulled up anyway, knowing that there would be problems. 007 Nate ends up catching Melly lacking and shoots him in front of everyone's time. Melly would not be as lucky and died that night. And it seems like Melly should have learned his lesson after attending parties, after the first few incidents he had while attending them. Now, let's move on to Fulio, because his last two interviews are also pretty disturbing, as the interviewers gave him many warning signs. Fulio has been in multiple shootouts, and each shooting seemed to be worse than the last, because the first shooting happened when Fulio was in school. On the first day of school, someone from the op hood got killed waiting for the bus, and Fulio started dissing them all over social media. A lot of people thought Fulio had something to do with the hit, and he ended up getting into a fight over it. But after the last bell rang, things took a crazy turn. Fulio hopped on the bus, but the ops were following him. And while he was walking down the street, someone started hitting him and his homie. The bullet hit Fulio in the leg and knocked his hip out of place. So he had to crawl away while the shooter was still sending shots. Fulio made it out of this situation alive, but that wasn't the only time he was involved in a shooting. In November 2021, two shooters caught Fulio outside the studio and let off over 100 shots. Fulio told DJ Academics,
I walk out the studio, I'm walking down like the carport to my car. Anytime I walk anywhere, I got my gun in my hand, walking wherever in Jacksonville. Like, that's just how you gotta be.
You have it in your hand or you have it on your person?
In my hand. I'm walking out the street, it's in my hand already. Like I could, you know what I'm saying? It's like when I walk, I could just feel it in the air, something finna happen. Like, I swear to God, like, I don't know why.
Is that paranoid? I don't think, is that how everybody move in Florida?
I don't even know if it's paranoia. I don't know what it was. I just felt the hair stand up on the back of my neck.
After the shooting, Fulio hopped on IG and spoke on the situation.
My whole clip on my dad, stop playing. And I didn't get hit. I got grazed in the leg. Stop playing. My whole clip.
And whoever the was, y'all played, y'all was supposed to run down, like y'all was supposed to get up on something, but that return fire mother, that'll get off you. Okay. I'm out that bit like the Jacksonville Wolverine, one hand on Blitz, other hand on Trick.
After fans saw what he posted, they started to assume Fulio was up to no good since he ran to Instagram about the situation. So hours later, he went live, clearing everything up.
On trading my gun and register, I shot back in self-defense. Y'all dumb. I shot back in self-defense. You don't think if I did something illegal, I would be in jail? The police put me in the back of the car.
Fulio's ops in Jacksonville aren't the only dudes he had to worry about. A video came out showing a random guy trying to press Fulio in the mall and make him crash out on camera. But Fulio kept cool and didn't react.
Big man, We good. I just want to talk to you.
Then Fulio would have yet another shooting in late 2023. Because on October 8th, Fulio's mom would hop on Instagram to break the news that he's been shot and ask for prayers from his fans. Rumors were flying that he was in critical condition and might not make it out alive. But then his mom posted a photo of Fulio in the hospital and wrote, "Y'all know he good." A viral photo of the bullet wound in his foot was going around, and everyone thought he was going to lose it. After the situation, Fulio started doing interviews. In an interview with Say Cheese, Fulio spoke a little about the most recent shooting where he got hit in the foot.
Saw a little glimpse of the car, but by the time I got to the stop sign, they hopped out and went to shoot. They shot the car. Then I just went to hit and I went to drive.
And you're by yourself?
Oh yeah, I was dolo.
And do you think they noticed the car, or when you went into the store, they seen you?
Nah, I ain't even never make it to the store.
Sean advises Fulio that he should get out of Jacksonville due to everything he's been through.
You know, if you do decide to leave the streets, it doesn't make you lame. It doesn't make you you already got your stripes. You're already hated. You already got a street reputation. You already got the rep, bro. So if you decide to leave the streets, it doesn't make, bro, you already, you know, sometimes it's time to mature, bro, and do different things.
Yeah, I feel like ain't no such thing as leaving the streets though.
I see people leave streets all the time and change their life around. Look at Wallow.
Sean really wanted Fulio to get out of the streets, since he could see that nothing good was going to come from it, and he should move out of town and go all in on rap.
But I feel like if you were to move out of town, you know, move out of town and just pursue your career, I feel like, I mean, your ops, I don't really know all of your ops specifically, but a lot of your ops can't afford to travel and meet you in LA or I don't know, anywhere, New York, maybe Miami, because that's still Florida. But I feel like you relocating and I feel like you'll have way better energy, way better, you could focus on it better.
But Sean Cotton wasn't the only interviewer who tried giving Fulio that advice after he got shot in the foot. And he went on no jumper after the situation too. And Adam told Fulio that he should get out of Florida. But Fulio lets Adam know that he knows the city and is comfortable there, so he doesn't plan on leaving.
You back out there now, or?
Like, I don't stay in Jacksonville, I just be there, like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if I don't sit, think about the guys, what it be. I just be in Jacksonville. I don't gotta be there, I just be there. You know what I'm saying?
I interview drill rappers all the time that tell me that they moved out of their home state, but then they seem like they just can't leave it alone, and they just end up back there. It's kind of how it is with you, that you try to get away from other shit, but
I ain't gonna count, bro. When I be in Atlanta, it's just like, I don't know Atlanta, bro.
Later in the interview, Fulio talks about getting signs that he wasn't supposed to be in Florida around the time he got shot in the foot.
In Jacksonville for how long?
I was down there too long this time, like parlaying, like chilling. I'm here, like, you know what I'm saying? This is what it is, like, I kept getting signs I wasn't supposed to be there, like, it kept happening, like, police pulling me over, motherfuckers saying they seeing me, you know what I'm saying? Like, you too accessible, you Fulio, get the fuck on, you know what I'm saying? But I'm just chilling, that's what I'm telling, like, I'm chilling, bro, I'm straight, what happened to me? And that's how it happened, like the big kid.
And it's crazy that Fulio didn't follow the signs, and it would end up costing him his life in the next shooting that he was involved in. Because on June 23rd, Fulio was out to celebrate his birthday. He let everyone on his IG know that he was in Tampa and even showed them the Airbnb where he was staying.
The pool party start the day at 5, 6 o'clock. If you already got the address, pull up, man. You got the address, pull up. If you need the address, DM me right now. The pool party start at 5, 6 o'clock.
You got to add it, man. Push up. We just got to this Tampa, Florida, man. You already got to add it to the pool party. Push up at 5:30, man. Push up at 5:30, man. We finna get everything right. You know what I'm saying?
Happy birthday! Happy birthday!
Everybody got their socks, put their socks in the air, man. Okay, David. Everybody take 3, man. 1, 2, 3. Got my brother with me, he done popped out for me for my birthday. He done time, it's lit. Oh God, yeah.
A few hours after everyone pulled up to the Airbnb, Fulio would show that he was drinking and turning up since it was his birthday. Then, a few hours after being at his Airbnb, Fulio uploaded another post on his story, letting everyone know that the police had just shut the Airbnb down and kicked everyone out. Then, after getting kicked out of the Airbnb, Fulio would go on to show his location again, letting everyone see him at the hotel he moved to for the next part of the party.
And this is my birthday, man. Everybody coming up the stairs. No cap, man. Deep as hell, 20 deep.
Not long after, around 4:40 in the morning, gunshots can be heard in the parking lot of a Holiday Inn. 2 cars were hit, one left with multiple bullet holes in the windshield. 4 people would be shot, and unfortunately, Fulio would be the one who lost his life. And due to all the dissing, Fulio did his ops and didn't hesitate to make fun of him for getting killed, because Ace dropped 2 disses back to back on him. But that ain't nothing, because Quando Rondo cracked the bottle on his ops' head. So click this video to see rappers' most savage moments.
If you're watching this video on TikTok, things are going to get different around here starting January 1. That's because ByteDance, which is TikTok's owner, sold its American division to an investment company as part of a deal required by the U.S. government. So the algorithms are going to change because that investment company is going to create its own American version of the algorithms. Now, you might have seen some things already change. I know I have as a political content creator and one that's left-leaning. There is a content creator named Hawk who has a YouTube video, who's also on TikTok, a YouTube channel, and a TikTok channel. And he shared back in August, late summer, that he had an Insight Connect and that said in order to get that deal done that just got closed, they decided that they were going to try to suppress content that was too anti-Trump. So if you had any content that was critical of Trump that might have get straddled or throttled, that's the word I mean to say, then that's why. I know I was affected. My reach plummeted. My content dropped a lot. I'm a member of the Creator Fund or Creator Program, and so compensation for that went to the basement. A lot of people will comment on my posts that they don't see my content. That's because it's most likely was purposely suppressed. So if you think that was bad, and that was before the deal, imagine what happens when the owner, Ellison, who is a donor of Donald Trump, though he doesn't own Oracle right now, when they take over, what's going to happen? Who knows? That's why you might have seen a lot of creators like myself and others start promoting other places. I am on lots of places at JJ Legal. I'm at JJ Legal on Substack, on Instagram, on YouTube, on Facebook, on TikTok, on where else? All the places, Blue Sky. You can find me every place. Now, my preferable spot, if you want to go find me, is on YouTube. Now, if you would like to support my work here, as a community-supported content creator. I gave up my day job and my small business I had to present this content for you. You can check out my jjlegal.com where you can buy me a coffee or support my merch. One of my merch, each one take one merch, or get templates, sign up for my various different membership communities. There are lots of different ways you can support my work here. Now, what I would like to use this opportunity to do is to tell you the extent to which a lot of this was by design. TikTok was never going anywhere. I know a lot of people were scared, and I am one of the folks, because I have a federal communications regulatory background. I have a degree in communications law study and a couple of law degrees, and I was studying communications law when the laws changed. I was very much familiar and comfortable and confident in thinking it wasn't going anywhere. Why? Even though some people say the United States audience is pretty small compared to the world, and why would TikTok or ByteDance care? The answer is this, that the American audience, the United States has a high GDP, so that means the American audiences have more income and money to spend on advertised products. So marketers and advertisers love the American audience, and it's growing. It's one of the largest growing market of all the various different TikTok divisions around the world. And then finally, the creators that get the most views and had the most attraction are United States. So definitely ByteDance was not going to give that up. So no doubt. Now, it's all about leveraging. That's what this whole thing has been about. Now, the United States did have concerns. I monitored the United States Supreme Court oral arguments, and that came about because, remember, Donald Trump was the first person that proposed to ban TikTok way back when he was president. And when Joe Biden came into office, he paused it and had this interregulatory agency called Council for Foreign Investment in the United States do their job. It wasn't until it was discovered that TikTok or ByteDance was spying on two Chinese journalists and got out that people started getting worried, and the TikTok got banned from military devices, from state government devices, from federal devices. And eventually, Biden and Congress decided to just ban it all together unless they would divest. It was, again, leverage, a means of removing the Chinese government's ability to control, because their laws are different. Like if you are a Chinese company, there's a presumption, there's a belief that they would be able to come in anytime and access the data. So the concern was there's so much data that they can control. And during the oral arguments, several of the justices asked whether or not the Chinese government could use information that they discovered, that they learned of a 17-year-old or 18-year-old, when later on they become the national security advisor or something like that, and blackmail them. Another concern is just content moderation. Would they be able to submit and promote and push propaganda? Because of those real concerns, that's why Congress banned it. When it came up with the Supreme Court, some people were saying maybe the Supreme Court would save it. I was like, why? They have no incentive. It's about leveraging. In order for them to get ByteDance to divest itself and to do what they wanted to do in terms of like content moderation and controlling the data, They had to ban it from the app. The Supreme Court had upheld it, and now the United States have its leverage. One thing happened, though, during the oral arguments. At one point, the lawyer representing the United States and the lawyer representing ByteDance had a headway when they decided, oh, wait a minute, this can be done technically. There's a technical fix. And one of the things I predicted was that I kind of actually predicted the technical fix. I said what was going to happen. I predicted, as me patting myself in the back, the exact percentage ownership, and it wasn't necessarily rocket science. It was because, you know, it makes sense that if ByteDance were to sell it, they would have to get permission from the Chinese government. So the theory for me, and I'll explain this in videos, actually, I'll post some of my receipt videos I did about this on the back end of this video, so you can see my receipts of this. A lot of stuff that I'm saying, it's backed up by the videos that I did over the course of the past year, because I be knowing. Anyway, and so ByteDance was going to sell TikTok. They needed to would tell the Chinese government. And so if it was 50% ownership, it would be a partnership. It wouldn't be something they would necessarily need to get permission from. So that was the theory that I posited back then. And I even guessed that it would be Oracle, because Oracle was already the manager and owner of the American data. Why? Because back when Trump was trying to ban it, in order to try to avoid being banned, one of the things that TikTok did as a concession is take off the American data and let it be handled by an American company that was Oracle. So I had suggested, and just thinking around, I'm like, oh, it makes sense that perhaps Oracle would be the ultimate winner of the sale, which that's the case, because they already had a relationship with TikTok. They've already probably have the invoicing, everything set up already, so it makes sense seamlessly to just move over. However, the reason why Oracle had a bid along the other folks is because leveraging. Again, like I said, this is all about leveraging. ByteDance will get more money if they get money from Kevin O'Leary had a group, and some other folks had groups. They're pitching, they're offering, they're giving money. And now ByteDance has several offers they can take to Oracle and get a better deal. And that's what I had said in some videos back then. But I still predicted, because Oracle had all the data and everything like that, and they'd already been working with them, that they were going to be the ultimate winner. So that's the case. It's the group headed by Oracle and those guys, and they own 50% ownership, just like I predicted. And the data is going to be, I mentioned how it's, in order to make it smooth sailing, they're going to cut off the different arm. And in order to satisfy the United States government, they're going to make sure it's insulated, so the only American portion of the business, the 50% owner that's American, will be able to manage it. And they would have a different algorithms that deals with the questions about content moderation, data, and we're easy peasy, we're all together. Well, that's how it's supposed to work technically. And we'll see what happens. Oh, I even predicted that there'll be specific terms and carve out specific for managing the algorithm, because, as I've said before, it's the algorithm that's juicy. It's the algorithm that all of those guys want. I said when people were saying perhaps Mark Zuckerberg or Elon would get it, that no, because the United States has antitrust laws, and Elon already owns Twitter. Mark already owns Meta, which is Threads, Facebook, Instagram, and there was no way either one of them was going to be able to own another social media app. I predicted, as a lot of people did, that it was going to be an investment group. That's what happened when Grindr had to be sold off years ago as well. It went to investment group. It's insulated, it's easy, it's seamless. You don't have any individuals. It's a cleaner way for it to be managed that way versus from an individual that already has owning interest. So that's what it was. But no, the algorithm is the juicy thing. The algorithm is what everybody wanted to get their hands on. And so that's why it'd be interesting now that the Americans going to be able to do their own algorithm. Would it work the same? Because we know that, I think that Instagram and YouTube's algorithm's catching up to TikTok, and they're figuring out really quickly. So that's good. But it's still superior, I still think, TikTok's is. So we'll see what happens. And I don't know if I'll be here, so that's why you need to go to jjlegal.com. You can get I have a Trump Survivor Guide if you're interested in that. It includes Know Your Rights cards. It includes case trackers where you can download the documents to get the cases for free. It includes scripts in case you see someone being brutalized or someone who's being detained unlawfully, just so you can read it out, because we're memorializing all of this. So you get it at jjlegal.com, and in exchange you get to give me my newsletter so I can communicate with you, because who knows what happens. We've already seen my reach is down, so you'll get my twice weekly newsletter, and you get that for free. Win-win. Each one, teach mine, get my sweatshirt.
Style tuned.
Why does Lil Mabu's YouTube channel have over 1 billion more views than K-Flock? This is drill music. Flock is not only considered the most influential artist from the Bronx in the new generation, but he played the streets exactly the way you think a successful drill rapper would. How could a kid from Manhattan that attended a $60,000 a year private school, he went to Buckley. This the same school that Donald Trump's son went to. Not that one, this one. And several other billionaire families use this school, and it's so expensive that they have less than 400 students in New York City. But I'm beating around the bush. His father is a millionaire, and he sponsored him. That's about it. It's not rocket science. When you start off broke, trying to make it up the ladder in music, you stand no chance against a guy that can just pay for any cosign he wants. You can inbox your favorite rapper or singer however many times you want, but cash app one of these guys $10,000 and they'll pop up next to you like your best friend. 90% of rappers are broke or have a very thin stream of income that they have to split 50 ways. Why do you think the biggest rappers in the world go on the boat with Michael hug you from behind Ruben? The same reason they used to go to Diddy's house. Some people might want to look at Mabu as a culture vulture and all this made up stuff. Listen, a vulture is the guy that signs an ignorant rapper to influence broke people into thinking that being just like them is how you get rich. This kid should have been an example to all the young guys that want to rap that the whole music industry is fake. From the Taylor Swifts to the Lil Durks, you're not getting anywhere without a budget behind you. Now, fun fact, because we love history, ironically, Mabu, or I don't really like that name, so we'll just call him Matthew, became famous by rapping about pretending to kill his ops, but his father got rich off owning funeral homes. But this is not throwing any shade at Matthew, because most rappers pretend to do the same thing in all of their music. And like his father, Matthew is a smart businessman. When his dad divorced his ex-wife, she got the house, one of them at least, while he actually got to keep $10 million, which does sound better than a house, but she alleges that this only happened because he conspired with a corrupt judge to hide his assets, which the same judge did end up going to jail for accepting bribes a few years later. But a family like this can easily break into entertainment, and it's pretty simple. The music industry isn't some exclusive, complex business that you need talent to break into. I mean, I mentioned Taylor Swift earlier, but she's a great example. She can sing, which helped her a lot when her wealthy mother took her to visit record labels and submit her demo. They told her she wasn't good enough yet, so they got her an agent that got her a modeling deal with Abercrombie and Fitch, and I have no idea how one books a meeting with a record label, but I do know an agent is not cheap. And from here, she performed for RCA, a huge label owned by Sony, and they gave her a songwriting deal. At 14, her mother was a mutual fund executive, which means she could have made anywhere from $100,000 to $2 million a year. This doesn't take anything away from her ability to sing and perform, but millions of people can sing and perform. My point here is not everyone can get into these meetings. Not everyone can sit down with these people. You have to have money and or influence. There is a huge misconception in all the music that just being talented and sounding good is how you make $1 million. It is not. Mabu came through New York, paid some bills.
That's why I don't try hard to make my music sound good, because I don't want them to think that I tried. I want them to think that I had it, you know, that I just had music, you know, or whatever. I don't think my music will ever be hits on the radio or anything like that. I just want them to see that I had enough music in my soul to make my own music. It is hard. It takes me weeks, months sometimes to write a song. And I'm not in a rush because my mood changes every 2 or 3 months and it becomes harder each time.
Yes, I mean, he can spit some.
Not harder, but it just is different. I have to come back into it and get a different emotion, that song. My album's called 8 Emotions at Once, and I knew I would bounce through hate, anger, envy, greed, fear, love, hatred. You know, I was just bounced through these crazy things. Excuse me, through the entire time. Excuse me, the entire time that I was doing this album, I knew it might be like 16 or 20 tracks that might take me 5 years, and they all were going to be horrible, and I knew they were all just going to be my different emotions at the time: schadenfreude, or fear, or anxiety, or loss, or joy, or happiness, or love. It just, whatever feeling I had at that time. So I named the album 8 Emotions all at once, and that's kind of what it is.
Bars, he just wasn't naive.
I don't care if anybody ever fucking pays me $1 for it. I don't care about that. I didn't do it for that. I didn't do it for anybody but me. People who used to do art for themselves, I think they're almost impossible. It's almost impossible for them to do so now. They're so scared of not making money that they can't make art for themselves anymore. Even they can't go make carbon copy cutouts of like construction paper and make a new South Park or something like that, or an old style like news show that's kind of like South Park or something like that. They can't do that because they always have to figure, is there enough money for me to survive while I try and do this? And I don't know, man, like, that's not really art. Like, you should just want to do it because you believe in it, and that's why I did what I did. Do I need somebody to buy it? No. These people do, though. These people need somebody to tell them that their work is so good that somebody wants to pay them for it. Granted, I have a bit of an ego like that too. I needed to know that one person would sub to me. That's all I needed to know. If one person would sub to me, then it's proof that at least somebody in the world can like me, because I was very surprised when I even got that. I expected the experiment to fail after like a year, you know, and I didn't know what my vision was when I first started. Now I do, which is that, like, you know, just even one person accepting me accepting myself is enough to want to chase my own art and love what I do and make more songs and make more music and make more fucking, like, you know, more gaming videos and just do and be who I am and speak my mind about these politicians. And if you don't like it, that's okay. You know, I have never got along with, I've got along with people, got along with people, but I've almost never had the same opinion about things as anybody else does. And that's very weird. It's not that I see things differently. A lot of the time I will say I was probably just on a mission to oppose people, frankly. So once the mission to oppose is over, then I have to actually like what they're saying or talking about, and that is often not the case because I'll look at it differently. And so by the time we get around to whatever I believe something should be, it's so different from what other people should be. Like, I believe in open borders, and I have no fear of saying that. And I know that's ignorant when you consider stuff like disease. But when you look at how open the borders have been, how do we not have open borders? So I'll just say open borders, and that's crazy. And for most people, they'd be like, "You are a madman. You are an anarchist. What are you talking about?" It's like, yeah, I'll take the anarchy. Because that's what we've had. The borders have been open. We've had anarchy for fucking 50 years. The borders have been open. We've had the anarchy. You can't see it. You can't. Maybe I think too outside the box for you. What, declaring that we don't really have a border? Yeah, that seems crazy to you. But no, I mean, that's the actual case. That's not really an outside the box thing. That's not that crazy to just understand that the border's been open for 50 years. You know. For many years, you could just walk right across it, right to Mexico, and come on back, and maybe they search you. Maybe they don't, you know? And for 50 years, it was like that. I went to Tijuana like 15 times or something with my family, and, you know, I don't remember being searched more than twice or something like that. I don't think it was like that. We had open borders most of my life. I don't really know why you think that's such a crazy, why the right wing thinks that's such a crazy thing. I don't know. That's what we now, we don't have that at the Canadian border, but we do at the Mexican border. We kind of did have an open border for a long time. In Canada, I think it's all white people worried about white. I think America and Canada relations are kind of like white people worried about white people. And when that's usually the case, they worry about customs, and they were worried about customs with Mexico too, but not nearly as bad as Canada. And I know because I live the Canadian border, and it is so much more secure than the Mexican border, which is fucking weird. I don't really understand that.
Enough to believe that he could just drop some music and let the music.
Like, I don't care I don't care about security of the border. I'm saying, why was the Canadian border a higher priority for our border program than the southern border? It seems weird. We spent a lot more money on the northern border. I know because I've been there. That seems weird. Why did we complain so much about the southern border? We didn't really put much work into it. When you look at the northern border, you begin to understand. We put a lot of work into all of our borders but the southern one, but then we complain about the border all the time, and it's weird.
Music speak for
sure,
it.
the southern border's not a joke either. You know, you don't really want to cross that river. You don't. But I mean, like, it's not a joke either, though.
And he will blow up. No.
So I'll say these crazy things like, oh, we've had open borders for 10 years, 50 years. What's the difference now? What's the difference now? We've had problems with disease. We've had problems with poverty. We're crashing boats into bridges and letting towns burn down. Ooh, it's cold in here now. I'm gonna turn on my heated throw. It's cold down here. I'm gonna turn on my heater. It's that bitter kind of cold that like pierces through. I'm gonna turn on my fireplace even though I don't really want to. When I'm warm, I'll turn it all off, but I'm definitely going to get warm first before I do that. Because it's cold in here. It says 72, but it's been jumping between 68 and 72 all day. Like, it can't measure the temperature correctly. Let's take a look at the actual thermometer. Oops, get it away, though. So I'm just putting on my heated throw here so I can get some heat into my body because I'm fucking freezing. It's... Yeah, it is 60... No, it is... it says that it's 72 degrees in here. I don't believe it. I think... I mean, I guess it is. It must be 71 degrees in here, but it doesn't feel like that. It feels drafty and fucking cold and kind of damp and fucking cold in here.
This is why so many drill rappers crash out just to get 100,000 views.
It's because I have no trees. Where I'll have trees behind me by the house, but I don't have trees in front of me for the open field. So the wind comes cutting across and just like, and it makes it feel a lot colder than it actually is because it's not drafty. It's just cold.
Why you only see the most reckless rappers in the spotlight, in drill especially? It's because that's part of what made them.
No, I have a hole. I should check that hole. Is it just open? Yeah, that hole is open. I want to plug that hole. That's part of this. That's a big part of this. Hold on just a second. Yeah, that hole is pumping cold air. I can feel it. That's what's happening. God damn, I have a draft. Ouch, that hurt really bad. Son of a bitch, man. Bang my elbow. Are you bloated yet? Yes, you are. I hate that sound of the astronauts chattering. Your sound warfare is so terrible. Oh yeah, you want to come in? Okay, come in. Sorry, kitty, come on in. You are stir crazy. You are taking it out on me. It is unacceptable. I have a job and a microphone. I cannot have you affecting my work, kitty. You understand? I'm a working man. You can't be fucking with my work. Get it? Don't be yelling. I love you. Maureen? Yeah, you. Hello? I love you. Yeah, no, I've got no issue with you, kitty. You're good. Yeah. Okay, kitty. Ouch. My elbow. I keep putting my elbow into things. Now, this. It needs to be plugged. Plugged it well. So we're going to plug it well. I can feel the cold air coming through it. We're going to plug this very well. Keep the goddamn cold air out. Yeah. Where's the rest of the tape? I'm gonna plug this hole. That's what she said. Are any other windows open in here? No, I think that's the only draft in this whole place. Yeah, it's cold. It sucks. We're gonna try and definitely plug it so it doesn't keep making me cold. Tonight it's really cold. Yeah, and then how about that? That's good, but I want one more layer of tape underneath it. Yeah. So the other part of the cord is totally like drafting cold air in. There we go. That really changed the room pretty quickly. Fairly quickly. I think I need another layer. One more on top of the whole thing. Just to plug it. And then we're good. Okay. If you can't duck it, fuck it. If you can't duck it, fuck it. I just plugged that whole big old hole that comes from my power coming in through the wall. Cold air isn't. What's happening here? Oh, shit. Oops. Wait, did I die? No, I crashed. I was trying to get in the top of this place. And I wanted to go in through the window. That guy's sleeping. Yeah. I hate the jetpack. You really could improve it. Your jetpack's so shitty. Ugh, I have to go back down because I had to break the window. Okay. Here we go. There's a good entry. Now save. Wait, oops. Oh, stop. My keyboard. There we go. Maybe you want to fire, or I don't know. Maybe I'll just get rid of all of them that they're not going to shoot. It's probably more entertaining if I do this solo. I don't know. Sometimes they do plug holes so guys can't just filter in behind me. They are good like a back defense. I don't get flanked ever. Because listen, like, look, they constantly do try to flank me, but these guys just prevent my flank from actually being flanked. It's funny. Oh, shit. Too good. I'm just up here looking for a magazine on any, yep, there it is. Look, look, look. Permanently used, 15% less O2 when over encumbered, which is super good. Ah, you. I even remember where the magazine spawn is. Like, if I remember this place, I'll remember that there's always a magazine, usually like right here on the south side of the building. Hi, kitty. Are you warm? Better? You better? You warm? Yeah. I plugged the hole so it's not cold in here anymore. It's gonna be good. Ah. Get out of this view. Headshot. Oh, it's my kitty. You want to sit on my lap? It's a nice warm blanket. Yeah, you want to sit on my lap, kitty? Come on down here. Sit on my lap. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you get warm with me? Mm-hmm. Get off my belly, kitty. I love this kitty. Yeah, come have a seat on the nice warm blanket. It's a nice, good blanket. I love my kitty. Mm-hmm. I love this kitty. Mm-hmm. Did you have a good time outside? Too cold, huh? Yeah, it's not my fault it's cold outside, kitty. It's like, really not. It's not my fucking fault. You're just stir crazy. It's not my job to entertain you either. You're gonna have to actually, like, come up with that on your own. I already entertain a bunch of people. I don't need you on top of them, kitty. Someone's shooting at me? Yeah. Ah, got my keyboard. When the kitty comes, that's really annoying sometimes, because, no, it's not annoying. I love you. I found that magazine so quick. I can just leave. Once these guys are done, I'm just looking for anything else they might drop. Yeah, you in a good mood, kitty? Yeah, you're not so bored anymore now that you went outside, huh? I was like, yep, go outside. Go outside if you're stir crazy. There's a robot in there. Ah.
stand out from other artists, crashing out. But if the thing that gives you buzz also makes the FBI look into your resume, you are simultaneously boosting and sabotaging your own career. Do you think the hip-hop police in New York took it seriously when the guy from a $60,000 a year private school rapped about his ops? No, it doesn't take much research to see that this is just marketing. But they know that when some kid from the Bronx who had people dying all around him, something the police can easily verify, started rapping about retaliating against his ops, they might actually look into it. Now, he definitely fell off from where he was a couple years ago, and that's fine. In fact, that's probably because he didn't intend on this being a full-time job. The last I checked, he was a business student at a private university in Atlanta, so it's more likely that his future plan is to take over the business that made his father a millionaire, or maybe start his own thing. The point is, do you notice how someone with enough money to build their own career can easily step in and out of the industry? Rappers and singers are probably some of the least paid celebrities if you compare them to...
I think it was the same place. There's something about that fucking thing. God damn it. Go back in. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to bump your tail. You okay? Sorry. Move your tail over a little bit. Oh, sorry about that, kitty. You're okay. I didn't mean to hit your tail. You're okay. Damn it, man. You keep crashing me right there.
An actor or just an influencer getting paid per video. We all saw during the pandemic how rappers were doing anything they could to get more revenue flowing because they were making most of their money on shows. Once you let a label pay for your lifestyle, you've now become in debt to the label. Your streams and ad revenue is being split between you and them, and this depends on what kind of deal you have, and being in a deal sometimes means that you don't even own your master, so some artists rely completely on shows and brand deals. And mind you, I'm just talking about the ones that made it. That's not even accounting for the 90% that haven't. And once a kid like Mabu comes through to a rapper, he's a way that you can pay your bills for the month, rent an expensive car, or maybe even have a little extra left over. He doesn't have to wait on a label to tell him to drop a mixtape or an album. He doesn't have to wait for the budget to clear to drop a music video. And most importantly, he doesn't have to try to keep up with his music and persona while being in the streets dodging his ops, the cops, and making sure he has enough money to be seen. I say it all the time, but most drill artists don't even make it. Most people that rap and sing don't make it. And honestly, it has little to do with talent. How many of y'all know a dude that says, yeah, I'll rap, but I ain't got nothing recorded yet? Bro, you don't rap then. How many of y'all know a dude that says, yeah, I'll record some songs, but I ain't got no music videos? Bro, who is gonna see you then? And we can't forget the guy that says, oh, I got hella songs recorded, I just ain't dropped them yet. As if you're trying to build hype when nobody knows who he is. Don't fool yourself. If you want to make music, I'm not saying don't chase your dreams. I'm just saying be realistic. You need to be seen, and you need to understand that everybody is not your friend. These rappers are like little girls. They'll link up with the first dude that'll get them some shopping money. This tough act is just a persona most of the time, and especially once you've been on Michael Rubin's boat. I'm not trying to hear no gangster activity come out of your mouth.
Nobody touch me.
His whole rap career for Mabu was probably just some experiment he was doing for his summer after high school before college just because he didn't have nothing else to do. The man single-handedly proved how fake the industry was and how all you gotta do is have some money and you can be whatever you want in music, especially drill, where most of the artists still think that the only way they can get rich is by rapping about this stuff. The problem is they actually be living it, and with New York, if you've seen any of my videos, actually living it is the fastest way to end up in the feds. But not Mabu, over 2 billion views, and now he's in college. And it's likely just something he'll look back on when he's 30 as just something he did for fun. Over 1 billion views. It's a good experiment if you ask me. But yeah, if it is some rappers listening to me or some aspiring rappers, bro, you might as well just be a blogger.
There's been public reporting that Jeffrey Epstein showed people photos of President Trump with half-naked young women.
So you sit here and make salacious remarks, once again trying to slander President Trump left and right, when you're the one who was taking money from one of Epstein's closest confidants.
Treasury compiles suspicious activity reports, referred to often as SARS, that DOJ receives automatically.
SARS.
Hundreds related to accounts of Jeffrey Epstein. How many of those Treasury SARS did you or Director Patel investigate?
Senator, I'm not sure if you're concerned because you took money, I believe, did you, from Reid Hoffman, one of Epstein's closest confidants, not only once but twice in 2018 and 2024, if that's correct. But Senator, Did you ask Merrick Garland any of this over the last 4 years when he sat before you? This investigation has been going on. This investigation was closed. Did you ask Alex Acosta that?
And Patel came to office, you said you would look into this. There were hundreds of suspicious activity reports. Some people would deduce from the fact that they are called suspicious activity reports that there might be
suspicious activity.
And yet you seem to have looked at zero of those suspicious activity reports involving Jeffrey Epstein accounts. Let me ask you something else. There's been public reporting that Jeffrey Epstein showed people photos of President Trump with half-naked young women. Do you know if the FBI found those photographs in their search of Jeffrey Epstein's safe or premises or otherwise? Have you seen any such thing?
You know, Senator Whitehouse, you sit here and make salacious remarks, once again trying to slander President Trump left and right, when you're the one who was taking money from one of Epstein's closest confidants, I believe, I could be wrong, correct me, Reid Hoffman, who was with Jeffrey Epstein on multiple occasions. And the senator sitting right next to you tried to block the flight logs from being released. Yet you're grilling me on President Trump and some photograph with Epstein? Come on.
The question is, did the FBI find those photographs that have been discussed publicly by a witness who claimed Jeffrey Epstein showed them to him? You don't know anything about that? Okay. Here's what well, no, we cut to something else. The Marshal Service is supposed to protect our federal judges. I have asked repeatedly for the Marshal Service to let me know if they are investigating or being inhibited from investigating whether or not there is orchestration of threats against federal judges, whether under either conspiracy laws or racketeering enterprise laws or aiding and abetting laws, whatever. But as you know, there's the person who says the threat, and then there may very well be somebody orchestrating the threat behind them. Is the Marshal Service allowed to investigate orchestration of threats, and do you know if they've taken one step to do so?
May I answer the question, Chairman Grassley? The time has expired.
I think it's the convention of the committee that if I've started my question in my time, you may answer the question.
I was asking the chairman.
Okay, before I go to corner.
She wants to answer the question, Chairman.
Oh, please go ahead. I thought you said you didn't want to answer it.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
Sir. Thank you.
Why
Senator
are you
Whitehouse,
still our
I
head
would
chairman?
be happy
You look
to
like you're
sit down
96
with
years
you
old. Give me
regarding
somebody way
any
more
threat
competent who can
to
even
any
hear.
federal
You even
judge
hear
in this-
the goddamn proceedings. They're like, oh, I thought you said they didn't want to do it because you're 96 years old. You can't hear what she's saying. And that's why our government sucks. It is why it sucks. We need some younger people in here. You guys have been like you guys born between 46 and 51. You did a great lot of great deal of good for the world, but you've also done a lot of really good bad stuff to the world. One of the things is you didn't pass the baton. Now you can't even hear what Bondi's saying without hearing aids, and it's like, please pass the baton. I'm not saying to me. I'm saying to anybody who actually isn't 96 years old, please.
This country, we take threats very seriously.
Every other fucking industry in the world is pretty much federally regulated to force, if not force, at least invite entire retirement at 65. I think that's when you guys start taking control of Congress. And you do this so you can Crypt Keeper Congress. For some reason, it's disgusting and I can't stand it. What's your Crypt Keeper in Congress?
You with Director Serralta of the U.S. Marshals, and I will be there. And we will talk about any threats on federal judges,
including
who threatened them or who orchestrated them.
Bingo. Thank you.
Orchestrated. My God, can you even walk anymore? Yeah, right.
I called him. What was your message? Gotta make a deal. Gotta get it done. Too many people died. And I think both presidents want to make a deal. I do believe that. I'm going to brief you on that.
What would a question be? We need food to answer.
Depends. Depends. But I do believe that we have the makings of a deal that's good for Ukraine.
Can't you get a better microphone? Couldn't you put a lapel cam on or something?
Everybody.
I can't hear what he's saying.
Very important. There's nothing more.
It sounds like the microphone is inside of some kind of goddamn wind tunnel. Because it probably is. Mic this man. He's the leader of the known world or whatever. Fucking mic this man. You pieces of shit are so incompetent. I don't trust you to microphone our president, much less anything else you do. You're so bad at what you do, most of our government.
Settled 8 wars.
What? I'm not doing this. I can't hear what he's saying. And I have fucking iPods. Imagine somebody trying to do this on their phone. Fucking retards.
Now, fun fact, I'm not on social.
Now, so I watched the movie The Postman like 6 weeks ago. And now every day, all day long, they really, really, really want to show me The Postman. Every list that pops up, YouTube is such a worthless piece of shit. They can't even fucking design their own goddamn video program, just like our government can't even mic that president. It's fucking that incompetent. You can see the signs of incompetence. So anyways, yeah, so YouTube is just dumb. And so I made the mistake of watching The Postman, like, I don't know, 3 or 4 weeks ago around, I think it was like Halloween or something like that. And for 8 weeks now, they put The Postman up every time I log into YouTube. They think I want to see The Postman. They put it in the middle of every list that I load, and they just they shove The Postman in my fucking face. And it's not The Postman, it's YouTube. Thinks I want to watch that same video over and over and over and over again. Watch, when I go to YouTube, they're going to load The Postman. They think I want to see The Postman for some reason. I like The Postman, good movie. But I don't like YouTube and their terrible piece of shit software developer incompetence. Sorry. I do like YouTube, but I don't like their incompetence. Excuse me. And so if I were to try to load any video, The Postman will pop for some reason.
Thanks, Melania.
Never mind. I don't know. It's not doing it right now because I pointed it out, but it has been doing it all day, every day for weeks.
Not on social media that much, so there's a lot of topics that I just didn't really know much about. Now I decided to make it my mission to fill in those gaps, and I instantly regretted it because I found out about a man named Jack Doherty. Now if you're like me, you probably heard, oh, Jack Doherty, he's not that great. But he's worse than you can possibly imagine. See, Jack Doherty had a problem.
Dorothy?
Seems like he just doesn't process emotions the same way you and I do. And if you're a sociopath and you can't process emotions, then I'm sorry. Now, what happens when a sociopath becomes a YouTuber? Well, let's find out. All right, so it turns out Jack Doherty starts as one of those pranksters, you know.
I lost that
way
shipment.
to get a massive following.
Christ,
you go around and you ruin people's
gone.
day and say, no, it was just a prank.
God.
Now, like I said in my Johnny Somali video, a lot of times with these pranksters, you gotta keep up in the stakes because people get bored really quick with that type of content. Now pause, he didn't quite start his career off as a YouTube prankster, but this is more like when everybody knew his name. Kind of like how Kai Cenat started by making funny videos, but you know Kai Cenat as being like a massive streamer. So Jack Doherty as a prankster already has a following and he already has a lot of money. And we'll get into why he has a lot of money in a second. But let's start with he's a prankster. So he's walking around doing his hardcore pranks, knucking and bucking at people, what? And it turns out some people were like that, so they're like, what? Jack says, nah, it's just a prank. They said, prank these hands. Jack said, ooh, one of these ruffians can hurt me. Remember, he has some cash at this point, so he hires a bodyguard. And that kind of pissed people off, because what he was doing was he was doing his knucking and bucking pranks, cussing people out, bumping into people, getting big in front of people like, what? And then his bodyguard would step in. Then Jack would keep going, what? Kind of reminds me of Joffrey from Game of Thrones. He's like, yeah, y'all not gonna do nothing. I got a massive person in front of me. And well, it turns out Jack would come to regret this soon enough. He goes to a party with his massive bodyguard. He doing his whole content thing, being a nuisance. He said something rude to the party host, and some of the guests didn't like that. So they said, yo, Jack, what's going on? Jack said, what? They said, what? He said, ooh. Jack said, y'all gotta chill. Where my bodyguard? His bodyguard steps in, and Jack goes, now what? What? His bodyguard comes in and goes, what's going on? Now, Jack's bodyguard is big, and he African American. Now that's actually very important to this story, because there's an RDC World video that explains this perfectly. We know when another black person is crazy, and black crazy is a little tough because at a certain point, they just want to throw hands. As soon as Jack's bodyguard steps into the frame, he said, man, I don't care about none of that. Stop all that talking. Oh, he crazy. He don't want to solve no situation. He just said, stop talking. He praying to God that person don't stop talking. That person don't stop talking. He says, yo, Jack, why? I said, stop talking. And at this point, credit to Jack, because he actually has a little bit of sense. He says, yo, he tells the dude, yo, stop talking. He looks at his bodyguard. He goes, yo, chill. But his bodyguard not hearing Jack. He don't care about his job. He's there to throw hands. Are you not listening? The people that had a confrontation with Jack were looking at the bodyguard. They're like, look, bodyguard, yeah. Knocks boy out. Jack, after he runs a little bit because he got scared, says, yo, why? Now to all my fellow Africans, what did the bodyguard say next? Did he say, oh man, that's my fault? Or did he say, man, line them up. I don't care about nothing y'all talking about. Yes, as you can imagine, it was the second thing. So the dude that got laid out sues Jack and his bodyguard, because it turns out the dude Jack hired, the bodyguard, had a record for basically doing the same thing. He was the baby's bodyguard, and he just was with everybody. A fan tried to come up to the baby. It was a female fan. She said, hey, what's good, the baby? He said, yee, you too close, throwing hands, yee. The baby probably like, damn. Well, actually, maybe that's not what the baby said, because the baby kept him. And bodyguard does this on 2 other occasions, and then Jack hires him. So that's why Jack gets sued. The people were like, yo, this dude was wilding out. You should have seen his record. This is kind of your fault. You can't control your bodyguard. And obviously, bodyguard, you in trouble. Now the case is still ongoing, but it's not looking good for Jack and the bodyguard, because all of this is caught on camera. Why? Because these Jack people like Trump film everything they do. Remember that emotion thing we talked about afterwards?
All these criminals, they film all these weird rich criminals and stuff that like have too much money and commit crime. They film everything they do. It's something I can't relate to. Like, I film everything I do now the minute I stop being a criminal. You know, that's weird.
My bodyguard tripping. YouTube video? Everyone's like, Jack, no, this is serious. Jack's like, oh, I'm rich though. Well, let's talk about how he's rich. Now, Jack seems to have a lot of money. YouTube ain't paying those bills. And a lot of times to get that money, you gotta do shady things. Well, Jack decides, okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take girls, have those girls create accounts on only a word I can't say. Look in the comments if you might be confused. And when they make money, they give me some of that money. Why? Well, because I'm gonna promote them so they can get more followers. Now, what does that sound like to you? Well, regardless, a bunch of girls buy in. And because he's promoting them in videos, he's making a lot of money. And how he promotes them is he shows them off in his video just doing meaningful things. Like, oh, look at my friend, she's in a bikini. I'm not saying go search her up or anything, but she's in a bikini. If you want to search her up, then well. And a lot of times people want to see more of that girl, especially because Jack's audience is on the younger side. really young. Again, they go over, buy that girl's content. That girl gives Jack some money. Now this made him stacks because he had a lot of girls doing it, but here's where things start to get wicked. Combined with all the stuff he's doing with the prank stuff, because he's doing that at this time too to get...
They're all like hookers and fucking drug dealers and shit. Oh my god.
His name more out there as well. People are starting to see his business model, and then his friends come out.
See, I thought I was bad. These people are just as bad. Every bit the way they run this world legitimately is just as bad.
All that true. They said Jack is targeting the youth, so they go to those girls' websites. But they say on top of all that, Jack's lack of emotional awareness is astonishing. They say, and he's very open about it. This ain't no secret. When you walk into the house, he says, I'm about the money. I don't care what happens to you. Jack about his paper, and he don't give a jack about nothing else. That's a bar. Jack, if you use that line, you finna owe me some money.
I know some people like that.
They said, well, they used to do the same things as Jack, you know, kid stuff. They used to go over, do the pranks and stuff. But then Jack would start taking things a little too far. They've been making videos with Jack for a very long time, but they said when they would go to the store, Jack would take some food, eat it, throw the food back. They'd be like, Jack, come on, bro, you're not gonna pay for that? You know, we all got money. Jack like, nah, bro, I'm doing it for the love of the game. He had no boundaries. He would just be like, let's see who can steal the most. They'd be like, no, that's not funny. Who said it was funny? They say, you bugging. So they all left. They realized, you know, something was up with him. He makes a video responding, talking about, yo, y'all jealous. People hate when they don't got as much shine as you. Everybody waiting for him to talk about more, because his friends brought up a lot of stuff. They said they tried to help him. They tried to talk to him. Nothing was working. But that's it. That's all he said. He said, they hating. Everybody said, oh, he weird. And then he takes it a step further. Bro is driving one day. And remember, he films everything. So he's live streaming while driving. Bro's looking at his phone. Now he's driving while the rain is pouring. Now, I don't know if you've ever driven while it's raining super heavy, but I feel like if you can look away from the road and not be terrified when it's raining that heavy, you're insane. But bro on his phone, chilling, talking about, man, what these messages on? His boy filming the camera like, go ahead, Jack. Boom, all of a sudden, Jack's car starts hydroplaning. Again, if you've ever driven in the rain, this has probably happened to you. The friction of your tires, blah, blah, blah. We won't get into sciencey stuff, but your car starts slipping around because of the rain. You basically lose control of your car. He loses control of his McLaren.
I think he meant to
crashes into a wall. Now what happens next is shocking.
Fucking idiot. Look at that fucking look on his face.
Jack emerges from the vehicle. The vehicle is jacked. Total. He looks at his boy. We can't see his boy yet. He looks at his boy and goes, yo, bro, you good? You good? His boy doesn't say anything. Jack goes, all right, get this part, film this part. We get a shot of his boy and red stuff pouring from his boy's face. His boy looking disoriented, talking about, yo. But his boy sticks the landing, grabs the phone, filming Jack talking about, yo, I just crashed my car. Oh, that's crazy. A police officer rushes to the scene, and this had me thinking, yo, cameraman must truly be invisible. Cameraman's filming. The police officer says, yo, what's going on? Y'all good? Jack like, I don't know what happened. I'm driving 1 second, the next second, boom, I hit a wall. Cop's like, what's going on with your boy? Jack boy talking about, yo, did Tupac fly over to Mars yet? The police officer's like, oh, let me get the ambulance over here. More officers and medical personnel arrive, but the whole thing's still getting filmed. The show must go on. Jack suddenly takes off his shirt. I forgot to tell you this, but he takes off his shirt in a lot of videos. He takes off his shirt. Medical personnel is like, why you do that? Jack's like, I don't know. Probably just a reflex. Yo, my car, bro, come on. Looking at the camera.
Why did you take your shirt off, you fucking idiot?
Car. And then, of course, like all the other stuff I've talked about, he makes YouTube videos about it. I crashed my car. Kick bans him. If you don't know, Kick is a live streaming platform. They don't ban anybody. Their whole motto is basically, come on over. If everybody else bans you, come to us. They ban him. They're like, yo, you OD. And Jack was already declining, but this really makes him plummet. The girls that were working with him, a lot of them stopped working with him. They just start cutting it off. Because remember, the whole point of working with him is his name. If his name is in the mud, that's gonna drag you to the mud. They hop ship. And it seems he's gotten to the point where every YouTuber that does things for clout gets. Because it's okay if you take things really far and everyone hates you. It's also okay if people get bored of you because you might be able to come back later. But if people hate you and they're bored of you, you're cooked. And well, it seems Jack is cooked, but he probably won't go down without a fight, and he's probably gonna do something outlandish to try to get his, people back. But yeah, we'll see.
All the pictures. Look at this on the top right. You see that? Jeffy. We got all the pictures, all the videos, all the files, everything that the DOJ and the House Oversight Committee and the fucking government has been sitting on, redacting, refusing to release, hiding, placing in fucking hard to access folders. All of it is available. We've got all of the files in a well-organized manner. Any files containing Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, Donald Trump, Bill Clinton, Prince Andrew, Lex Wexner. I don't know. Les Wexner. Oh, that's how it is. Les Wexner. Bill Gates, Leon Black, Alan Dershowitz, Virginia Giuffre, Jean-Luc Brunel. We've got his fucking flight logs. We've got his fucking flight logs, bro. Look
Why
at
were you
all
on the
of these
Lolita
flights
Express, Donald
to
Trump?
the little pedophile island. Look at this from all over the
Why were you
goddamn
going to
planet,
Jeffrey's
except for
Island?
seemingly South America and Africa. They're all flying to little St. Thomas, right? Also, it includes the guests. There's a little bit of a guest list. They got Ramon Alonso. We've got Redacted. We've got Igor Zainoviev. We've got Barnaby Marsh. We've got Jeffrey Epstein's Amazon account and the shit he's ordered. Oxygen masks and children's toys, like literal baby toys. The annotated Lolita, as one does. Unlocking the secrets to raising highly successful children. Uh-oh. What else do we got? We've got Epstein VR. If you want to, feel like one of his victims, you can load into these VR simulated shots of his dungeons. And then, of course, we've got his Spotify account. All of it linked together. Excuse me. Gross. I wonder what he listens to. Anyway, so let me explain. No, I didn't hack into Jeffrey Epstein's email account, okay? This is all publicly available. There is a man by the name of... What the fuck is his name? I was just saying his name. Who made Gmail? Riley Waltz, okay? So Riley Waltz is a friend of a friend of a friend who I will not throw under the bus, but this is Riley Waltz. He's a software engineer. He's a professional troll, okay? He's a software engineer, internet artist. He's known for being incredibly good at coding and engineering and using that superpower to troll the federal government. And what he decided to do was take these Epstein files, which you and I have been seeing. They're disorganized. There's no way to search through them. Everything's fucking redacted, and it is purposefully designed to be so difficult to comb through that it practically renders the task impossible. There's a reason why Trump had thousands of FBI agents combing through the Epstein files. And it's because you need thousands of people to comb through the Epstein files. Well, Riley, I'm sure he used some sort of AI, but he put all of this stuff into a very easily consumable manner. We're all used to Gmail. Gmail runs the fucking planet right now, but... See, you can go to gmail.world and you can read through these files on your own. I'm more interested in the photos and whatnot because just look at if you guys were watching my other videos, you have to go to the DOJ's website and click on each one individually in order to like see these fucking files. Constitusi. You got to go through each one individually and then exit out and then go to the next one. And there are literally hundreds of thousands of files and they're going to be released millions of them. But this shit is far easier to consume, and I highly recommend everybody goes on this website. We blast out this information. Why is he hanging out with fucking Soviets, bro? Oh, obviously there's him with Michael Jackson. Is that James Gandolfini? Sure. No, it's not. Thank the fucking Lord. But I'm concerned when I scroll through this that not everything is going to end up redacted. You've probably seen some of these already if you've been not living under a rock, like this one and this one here with Chris Tucker. But there's Mick Jagger. There are so many fucking photos that, like, this guy had to be in intelligence. He had to be a Mossad agent, an FSB agent, a CIA agent, right? Because, like,
cabal,
guys, who the fuck has this many photos of anything? Who? Like, I'm friends with photographers, and even photographers don't have this many photos. Yes, you are right. Shatter just said, do you know about the redactions not being done? Guys, you can go into the DOJ's files, and where it has all these black bars, you can copy it and paste it into the Notes app. And when you do that, it will remove all of the redactions. Because this, listen, the FBI is run by Kash Patel. Kash Patel is a fucking joke. As you probably know, Kash Patel is the first FBI director who has never been an FBI agent. Do you know what Kash Patel was doing before he was the FBI director? He was doing two things. One, he wrote a book called Plot Against the King. I'll show you what that looks like. It is a book about Donald Trump. Plot Against the King, Kash Patel. He wrote a children's book. Let me see if I can get an image of the front. Yes. So Kash Patel wrote a children's book.
Oh my God, the plot about the king.
Called The Plot Against the King. You see that there's Trump, there's Hillary, there's Kash as the Great Wizard. It says written by Kash Patel, right? This is a children's book about how Donald deserved to be the king of the United States of America. And then you know what he was doing other than that? He was selling snake oil pills that would reverse the COVID vaccine. He was selling that on his podcast. Okay, we're talking about like the worst grifter you've ever fucking seen in your life. Okay, so he is now in charge of the FBI. They fired thousands of FBI agents. Any agents who had anything to do with investigations against Donald Trump were all fired, right? And now the FBI is fucking terrible. They're fumbling the bag across the board. They're fumbling the Charlie Kirk assassination. They fumbled the Brown University shooter. They fumble everything. Right?
Luigi.
And it seems like the FBI doesn't know what the fuck they're doing anymore. I'm not exactly sure how I got to this point with Jeffrey Epstein, to be totally frank with you. So because they destroyed the FBI and the FBI is fucking useless now, you can copy and paste redacted files, put them into the Notes app, and it will remove the redactions, because the shell of what the FBI is now, they must have used like Microsoft Highlighter.
This guy actually knows what's going on. I might actually look into Valenti videos more. He might actually know what's going on. Most of these people have no clue.
Black Microsoft Highlighter to do redactions, which is not a real redaction. Like, there's a proper way to do a fucking redaction, and they don't know how to fucking do it. So all of those Epstein files, you can unredact them by yourself. But we're just gonna keep on scrolling for a little bit while we go.
Yeah, this guy, he constantly has somebody taking pictures of him. Constantly. He has some girl taking pictures of him.
Go through these and see if we could spot it. So here's that fucking billionaire.
He probably kept a little girl who followed him around all the time and takes pictures. Like, take pictures.
Here's that. We got this photo of Jeffrey selling this young girl to that billionaire, and now we're getting more photos. This guy never gets off the fucking phone, does he? But this is my point, guys. This many photos, like having photographers with you all the time, this is all part of the intelligence gathering. This is all part of the blackmail gathering. And again, the flat guys, the umbrella guys. Are we being for real? Do I even need to say it? Like, these colors are only known in one fucking place. These colors are the colors of one people, one country. They fixed the redacted thing. I'm hearing. So they fixed the redactions. So that's fucking terrible. Oh, Lord Almighty. Here's some shooting a bunch of guns. Guns, guns, guns. Who doesn't love their guns? Oh my goodness. Dude, there's so many fucking photos. I'll never understand how they expected the American populace to just... Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't want to see that shit. I don't know how they expected the American populace to comb through this stuff without, you know, J-mail. Without something like this. Because I'm telling you guys, each one of these pictures you would have had to click in and then go out of. It's insane. It's wild. I do recommend everybody goes on this website if you really want to get people to understand the Epstein files. We need to be blasting this out. One other thing I wanted to talk about in this video was the 60 Minutes Skycat trailer. So 60 Minutes, which is owned by Zionist dog Barry Weiss, because Trump forced that sale. Barry Weiss is a Zionist hack who created the free press, which was not free. Okay, it was the whole point of it was state-controlled media that would never criticize Israel, and she was getting like 800, 900 views per episode on YouTube, and then suddenly CBS, for $150 million, they bought the free press from her, and she was put at the head of CBS in charge of 60 Minutes. Now, 60 Minutes is, it's the top of the line. It's the creme de la creme when it comes to journalism, and we covered a couple of months ago some stuff talking about the Skycat concentration camp. There was a New York Times article that went into detail, interviewed a lot of the victims who were tortured and raped en masse at Skycat. And 60 Minutes decided to do a deep dive onto this. They decided to do a segment. And when Barry Weiss found out about this, well, she pulled the entire thing. Okay, and we at least do have access to the trailer of it, so I want to show you this.
It began as soon as the planes landed. The deportees thought they were headed from the U.S. back to Venezuela, but instead they were shackled, paraded in front of cameras, and delivered to Skycat, the notorious maximum security prison in El Salvador, where they told 60 Minutes they endured 4 months of hell.
Did you think you were going to die there?
We thought we were already the living dead, honestly.
So, that you can access the full 60 Minutes episode. I'm pretty sure Kyle Kalinske tweeted it out. I know they're airing it in Canada. I cannot watch any of it. You cannot watch any of this as a streamer. You can't cover this on YouTube. This is not a joke. Barry Weiss and CBS will copyright strike anybody who covers this story on YouTube. I've already been copyright striked before by 60 Minutes. I know this. I also have some inside connections who warned me, do not fucking watch a single second of that on a YouTube video. This is all intentional. You do not live in the United States of America where we have free press anymore, like the freedom of press, freedom of speech. That doesn't exist anymore. You live in an authoritarian dictatorship where if I try to help cover this story with you, this entire channel will be fucking deleted. So, what I recommend you do is find the full 60 Minutes video, watch the full 60 Minutes video. See, somebody in chat says, I uploaded it to a throwaway channel and it got struck before it even finished uploading. I'm not joking, guys. I cannot watch this video. Even though it's 60 Minutes, CBS. I cannot watch this and show you. It will destroy this entire channel. It's a fucking joke. But in this 60 Minutes segment, they interview a lot of these victims who were at Skycat. They were raped. They were forced to suck dick by the concentration camp guards. They were beaten to a pulp. The detainees were cutting themselves with sharp metal so they could write like horrid messages on their sheets and hold them out the windows like, help us, save us. You know what I'm saying? They were refusing these people their medication. At one point, they literally threw a tear gas grenade into a prison cell that had like 20 plus guys in it. And to the point where a guy with asthma ended up like passing out unconscious and convulsing, and they didn't do anything. They just let the guy suffer. People were trying to kill themselves. It is a concentration camp. It is also a death camp. They were told once you step in Skycat, you never step out.
I mean, wasn't that the assumption? Did we assume anything otherwise? That's what I assume. That's what I assume Guantanamo Bay is.
That is the entire fucking point of CCOT. It is a death.
That's the entire time. Yeah, like that's the entire point of Guantanamo Bay
camp, so that America can export our cruelty. Right? I don't know if you know this, but in Nazi Germany, the first concentration camps were not in Germany. They were set up in Poland. They were set up far away from the people. And then as time went on and more land was lost to the Allies, more and more concentration camps were put up inside of Germany, close to the average German. But you have to keep the cruelty as far away as you possibly can before your people start to turn on their manufactured consent. Because don't forget, I mean, you need manufactured consent for everything, whether it be selling goods or whether it be...
And that's from Noam Chomsky, who was part of this whole crazy sex cult. Like, this was a sex cult that took over all of our world governments and stuff, and they used little girls as some kind of non-disclosure agreement politics, like, currency. And they made people like Noam Chomsky famous. It's weird. It's weird to quote Noam Chomsky as you talk about fascists.
Waging wars, or whether it be throwing...
But, I mean, he was right about manufactured consent. We haven't looked into Noam Chomsky. Let's look into Noam Chomsky. Jesus Christ. What's going on with Noam Chomsky? Jordan Peterson. Title is self-explanatory. Oh my God.
For around 50 years, Noam Chomsky has been the most prominent left-wing public intellectual in the Western world. He has been featured and talked about pretty much everywhere, including in the mainstream.
Okay, and we came and we find bad empanada. Jesus Christ. Anyways, whatever. I'm gonna watch the information, but...
Throwing detainees into concentration camps.
It's weird to talk about manufactured consent now that we know that Noam Chomsky helped them understand what manufactured consent is and bought children with them. It's weird to use his language. It's weird. It's frankly weird, and we're about to watch a video about that. When you say manufacture consent, I think you mean manufacture the fucking narrative? Like Noam Chomsky did.
Need to manufacture consent for...
It's not consent now. It's the narrative. The narrative is consent. If the narrative is... I mean, oh God, and like it's weird. I don't want you guys quoting Noam Chomsky anymore. That's a child molester. I didn't want him to be a child molester. I don't want any of these people to be child molesters.
All of it, all right? But anyway, this video is relatively short. I just wanted to let the people know you can go to Gmail and you can access all of the Epstein files in a far more consumable manner. And then also, I highly recommend every single one of you goes and watches this new 60-minute segment that was pulled because Donald Trump called up Larry Ellison, who owns CBS, and said, "You're not airing that story. You're not airing that story. Why the fuck would you think I would ever allow you to air that story? I am the Fuhrer," and I say no. That's the country we live in. Anyway, if you're watching this live, you stay. We're going to keep on going. If you're watching this pre-recorded on YouTube, good luck to you. Thank you very much. Don't forget to...
Doja Cat has evolved.
media, where he has maintained a presence much more so than any other staunch critic of Western foreign policy, writing op-eds, giving interviews, and being profiled in outlets like the New York Times, CNN, The Guardian, and the BBC, just to name a few. A
He's
stark
cult of
contrast
personality,
to how
all
they
right.
usually treat the vast majority of counter-hegemonic thinkers, by ignoring them completely. One could not imagine anyone else on the left ever having been called arguably the most important intellectual alive by the New York Times.
What?
Recent revelations regarding Chomsky's ties to Jeffrey Epstein have somewhat complicated this legacy. While it was already known that they had ties, and that Chomsky had maintained these ties even after Epstein was convicted for child sex crimes, and also justified doing so when asked about it. The more recent releases of Epstein files show that Chomsky had at one point even written Epstein a glowing letter of recommendation. The content of this letter reveals a lot more about their relationship. It wasn't simply that Chomsky had poor judgment regarding who he associated with in his
Why did Noam Chomsky write a fucking letter of recommendation for fucking Jeffrey Epstein?
personal life? No, because the letter has Chomsky specifically praising Epstein for his connections with and influence over
Is it
important
Epstein or Epstein?
politicians from all around the world. The fact that Epstein was able to almost immediately get sitting and former world leaders on the phone whenever he wanted, and that he did so numerous times in Chomsky's presence, did not seem suspicious at all to Chomsky, who remained his friend for many years. It was, rather for him, something worthy of praise, which he mentioned in this letter that he wrote very positively, for who knows what ultimate purpose. This conflicts quite a bit with Chomsky's public persona as something of a left-wing, anti-establishment intellectual. Much of his work dealt precisely with critiquing the sorts of structures that perpetuate the power of Epstein and people like him, and explaining how they use their wealth, power, and influence to influence global politics, to control the narrative spread by the media, and to impose their own interests and their own whims on everyone else. It's important to reckon with these contradictions, not because attempting to salvage the image of Chomsky the individual is important, but because analyzing him, his views, his career, his work, and how others have talked about and utilized him could be enlightening and assist us in understanding how things work as we move into the future. For the first part of this video, I'm going to address a common charge levied against Chomsky, the idea that he is a genocide denier. Then I'll discuss what it is that we can glean from these newer revelations regarding Chomsky's ties to Epstein, by analyzing the role that Chomsky has played through a very Chomskyan lens. This video was made possible thanks to my supporters on Patreon and Ko-fi. If you like it and you'd like to see more like it, consider heading over there and supporting me yourself. So let's get started on that first part, the genocide denier idea. The narrative usually goes that Noam Chomsky denied the Cambodian and Bosnian genocides, and also sometimes that he denied the Rwandan genocide. This very charge of genocide denial is inherently loaded. It's actually something of a newer term, an offshoot of the far more well-known term Holocaust denier, with the implication being that allegations of denying something that the accuser considers to be genocide, regardless of any context, is exactly the same as denying the Holocaust, an event in the past which is one of the most well-documented and evidenced historical occurrences ever. So it's an inherently loaded and delegitimizing label, and perhaps rather than just throwing it out very easily, one should be a bit skeptical of it and analyze such claims, because history is something that is generally up for interpretation more often than not. Labeling like this is often used to attempt to silence those who attempt to critically analyze the evidence for events both in the past and that are alleged to be happening in the present. For example, my video on the Holodomor genocide question regarding the academic debate on whether the Soviet famine in Ukraine, Russia, and Kazakhstan of 1932 to 1933 should be considered a genocide or not often gets incredibly lazy comments from people who clearly did not even watch the video, just calling me a genocide denier and implying that I should basically be persona.
Good thing you freaks will never be even close to power. Who knows what atrocities you Neanderthals would get up to. What the fuck? This is just a genocide denial video. Fuck off, Tanky. It's wild how real horseshoe theory is. Imagine if a creator spent nearly 40 minutes dismissing Holocaust evidence. What a world we have to live in where people would deny atrocities because they like said government.
non grata for even covering this stuff. And that's regarding a debate about historical events that happened nearly 100 years ago. Events that are alleged to be presently ongoing tend to be a lot more difficult to analyze. And that's where the charges that Noam Chomsky is a genocide denier come from. Firstly, it's important to note that Chomsky has consistently critiqued the term genocide. He considers it a highly politicized term that is rarely ever used in anything resembling an objective manner, and for that reason he's quite reserved in his own use of it. This is a somewhat common stance in academia, where he's not at all the only one to think this. So when Chomsky declines to call something a genocide, it's not because he denies that the events themselves occurred, but rather because he just doesn't really like the term that much. He thus has a very high bar for evidence and severity before he will generally call something a genocide. This is fundamentally different to actually denying the events themselves, and is often willfully mischaracterized by those who are looking to discredit Chomsky as being tantamount to him denying the events themselves. It's interesting how the term genocide denial has been manipulated from its original basis in Holocaust denial to the point that it now encompasses purely semantic disagreements like this, because Holocaust denial isn't based on simple semantic disagreements. It's based on outright denial of the events themselves, so applying the label to Chomsky for that is clearly pretty dishonest. Secondly, it's extremely important to remember that decades ago, when Noam Chomsky is accused of having engaged in this genocide denial, the mainstream media had an effective monopoly on the dissemination of primary source evidence regarding contemporaneous events, which made it very difficult to form any sort of objective assessment regarding what was actually happening, as you were invariably operating off a very limited selection of evidence of questionable origin that had already been hand-picked by the mainstream media to highlight, which almost invariably meant them picking and choosing what to show in order to push narratives that were favorable to Western foreign policy aims. Just imagine how different the public's understanding of the Gaza genocide would be without the internet and without social media and the rapid global data transfer and dissemination that they enable, without smartphones with video and photo capabilities, without the journalists within Gaza having any reliable means of communication with the outside world. If the information that was actually disseminated was instead dictated almost entirely by Israel and large global media outlets like the New York Times or the BBC, everything would certainly be totally different, practically unrecognizable. In this age of social media, the internet, and smartphones, the mainstream media no longer has the monopoly over the dissemination of information that it did before. The entire reason why we know so much about the Gaza genocide, why we have such an absurdly huge trove of evidence for it, with it being available to us practically as the events are occurring, is specifically because of this. This was the media environment that Chomsky was operating in for nearly his entire career up until very recently, including when he was assessing the evidence for the genocides in question. This can be most clearly demonstrated by Chomsky's contemporaneous skepticism regarding the evidence that was being cited in the mainstream media for the Cambodian genocide. The context for this was that it was the mid-1970s, and the Vietnam War had just recently ended. Chomsky originally came to prominence as a political commentator in the first place in the 60s and 70s for his skepticism regarding the American mainstream narrative surrounding the Vietnam War. And once that war was over, and the Khmer Rouge took power in Cambodia, the exact same sorts of narratives that had been spread regarding the North Vietnamese started to appear in the media regarding Cambodia. In the works that Chomsky contributed to regarding the Khmer Rouge, he critiqued how easily the mainstream media was making and accepting.
Okay. Yes. I'll be right there. I have to step away to bring in the groceries from the car. I will be right back. I don't want to lose my start field. Load. I want you to save like a daily save. Yeah. Then I want you to pause, and I want you to take me to X4. Oh no, you're in a thing again. Give me this thing. Oh no. you're in this thing again. Get out of this. You constantly do this, you stupid pilot. You constantly do this. God damn it. You constantly drive me into these things. Will you get me out of this? It kind of feels like I'm getting out of this situation very slowly. This happens like every day now, and it makes the game way worse for me. Okay, I've got to go help my family, I guess. There's nothing else I can do. I'm going to try to get out of this situation somehow. I'll be right back. Okay, keys, cell phone. Hopefully this gets me out of it, maybe. Keys, cell phone, underneath my jacket. Where's my jacket? Not around. So I got new food, kitty. We went through a whole food drama thing because you won't eat your damn dinner. But I got you new food, kitty. The food that you like. Yeah, we got the food that you like. Okay. I lost my Starfield load, didn't I? Of course I did. Oh, my miner's headlamp. You guys ever seen my miner's headlamp? Sorry. It's for blinding intruders as I shoot them. No, just kidding. It's for getting groceries out of the car. Just like Russ, it's for blinding people as I shoot them. Anyways. Yep. There we go. Miner's headlamp. I'll be using that later.
Voice is not recognized. Try again. I recommend some content to watch.
Shut up,
to do
you.
a voice search.
Shut up, you. Shut up. Go away. Maybe I can get there in time. Nope. God damn fucking GeForce Now. It's a problem to me that this load is loading on GeForce Now, but not Starfield itself. That seems really weird. I don't know what to do. Oh, right, my headphones. You can tell these games bomb, so they're already 50%
Rouge
off.
atrocities on relatively flimsy evidence. They were, at the time, based almost exclusively on a relatively limited number of witness accounts from refugees that the mainstream media was choosing to highlight. He contrasted this with the media's previous blanket silence regarding the, at the time, much better evidenced American atrocities in Cambodia that had preceded and enabled the Khmer Rouge's rise to power. At the time, these were not unreasonable positions to hold, given the relative lack
The way you talk and look is so weird to me.
of available evidence to prove the scale of the
That shirt you're wearing has got a hole in it.
atrocities that were being claimed, and the clear bias of the outlets that were disseminating this evidence. They had been pushing the conclusion of genocide from practically the very beginning, long before it was even possible for them to have seen evidence for crimes on that scale having occurred. For example, an article appeared mere months after the Khmer Rouge first took power, claiming that genocide was already occurring at a time when it was simply impossible for them to have seen anything resembling adequate evidence for that. The article, of course, advocated for American government intervention, which, you know, very much justifies skepticism of this sort of reporting. And to give you an idea of just how lacking evidence was at the time, an article was published in the Washington Post, one of the American papers of record, in 1977. This article published photographs that it claimed were the first ever photographs to be published in the West of Cambodian forced labor camps, nearly 2 years after the New York Times article that had already concluded that there was genocide. However, it soon came to light that this simply was not true. These photos had already been published a year earlier in a French magazine. A few months after they were first published, a small specialized publication revealed that these photos were staged within Thailand. Nonetheless, the Washington Post still published them nearly a year later as supposedly the very first images of Khmer Rouge labor camps. And to be honest, it probably wasn't even the Washington Post journalists' fault that they got this wrong, because this was 1977. How the hell were they supposed to know that the authenticity of these photos had been questioned in some Thai newspapers? It's probably unreasonable to expect them to have painstakingly read through every single edition of the Bangkok Times from the previous year just in case there was something there about them. But still, you know, maybe if they couldn't verify it, then they shouldn't have published it at all. And the fact that they did anyway is quite telling as to their biases. And that really demonstrates what this media environment was like. On top of the mainstream media bias, like already claiming that there was a genocide going on, for example, when none of them had even seen so much as a photo to indicate that, it was not at all easy to tell what was real and what was faked, or even where it had originated. Skepticism of the extremely strong conclusions that were being drawn in this sort of informational environment was extremely warranted. This is not genocide denial in the slightest. Chomsky merely did not accept very firm and far-reaching conclusions that were being made with clear geopolitical motivations at a time when there was insufficient evidence to back them up. That later on it became clear, once much more evidence was available, that these
I don't think you should have gone on camera.
conclusions were closer to the truth does not mean that Chomsky's very rational contemporaneous skepticism can be retroactively condemned just because now you have the benefit of hindsight. As someone today with the internet at your
sociopathic face is bothering me.
fingertips, who knows precisely what happened now because it's been studied for 50 years. In the 80s, once it became much...
It's some kind of accident. Why is your... I've seen this on YouTube so much. Why are your fangs missing?
Clearer what it actually
I've seen this on YouTube so much. There's like fangs missing.
happened. Chomsky adapted
He has like, no, never mind.
his
It's just
position,
his teeth, the way
acknowledging
his teeth is.
the
He's
atrocity.
inbred, I think.
And even once referring to them as Pol Pot's genocide directly, which is quite a lofty bar for him, given how reluctant he is to use that term without qualifications. Interestingly, the Western geopolitical line shifted in 1979 after Vietnam invaded Cambodia, and the US government and media actually started defending the Khmer Rouge, showing just how absurdly cynical their claims had been the entire time, and only justifying Chomsky's previous skepticism more. So Chomsky's alleged genocide denial regarding Cambodia was him doubting the very strong claims that were being made in the mainstream media at a time when evidence for them was lacking. It's clear that these accusations against him are not honest, and stem much more from outrage that he would even dare to think of assessing the quality and quantity of evidence for mainstream Western geopolitical narratives, rather than just uncritically accept them without even a question. Chomsky wrote a piece in 1977 as this debate was actively raging, in which he specifically said precisely what I've outlined here. He wrote, "We do not pretend to know where the truth lies amidst these sharply conflicting assessments. Rather, we again want to emphasize some crucial points. What filters through to the American public is a seriously distorted version of the evidence available, emphasizing alleged Khmer Rouge atrocities and downplaying or ignoring the crucial US role, direct and indirect, in the torment that Cambodia has suffered. Evidence that focuses on the American role is ignored, not on the basis of truthfulness or scholarship, but because the message is unpalatable." I think pieces like this are still valuable to us today, wrong as they were about the actual facts, because when he was writing this, he simply did not have any way of objectively determining the facts. And it shows us that one can apply a superior methodology to their detractors, yet still end up being wrong. Because I think it's better to make an honest and accurate assessment of the evidence available to you than it is to basically just take a wild guess and just sort of hope that you end up being proven correct by accident. Pieces like this are worth going back and reading even today, while thinking about the evidence that was actually available at the time and how verifiable it actually was, to understand how something like this can happen and to learn from it. You know, something that is actually productive, rather than just reading it in order to get yourself outraged at the writer, now with the benefit of hindsight, to give you some excuse to offhandedly discount everything they have ever written or talked about. The other significant allegation regarding Chomsky's alleged genocide denial is in regards to the Bosnian genocide. Chomsky employed a similar style of skepticism to the mainstream media narrative regarding the Bosnian War as he did during the Cambodian genocide. Skepticism that was at times healthy and at times not. For example, he questioned the veracity of one particular photo of Bosnians in a Serbian concentration. Give you some
Oh my God, Kitty, are you hungry? Is that why you're so aggro?
Excuse to offhandedly discount everything they have ever written or talked about.
You were annoyed, huh, Kitty? I'm gonna let you go.
The other significant allegation regarding Chomsky's alleged genocide denial is in regards to the Bosnian genocide. Chomsky employed a similar style of skepticism to the mainstream media narrative regarding the Bosnian War as he did during the Cambodian genocide. Skepticism that was at times healthy and at times not. For example, he questioned the veracity of one particular photo of Bosnians in a Serbian concentration camp, which was prominently featured in the Western media. But the photo was later proven to be genuine, and he was wrong about it. Key context for this is that an article that claimed that the photo was staged was published in one tiny Marxist newspaper in Britain. In response, ITN, the multinational media company who originally published the photo, sued this newspaper into oblivion for libel. They won the case, which resulted in the end of the small newspaper and ruined the lives of its editors, who had not actually even written the article themselves. Chomsky saw this as an abuse of the UK's extremely strong libel laws that amounted to a ridiculous attack on freedom of speech. A multi-million-dollar global media company silencing criticism, wrong as it may have been, from a tiny publication, to the point that the publication was sued into literal non-existence. This affair clearly negatively polarized Chomsky into clinging to the notion that the photo was fake, when it obviously wasn't. However, aside from this photo affair, he did not actually deny the events of the Bosnian genocide, so him being accused of being a denier is quite interesting. For example, in 1994 he wrote in a book that Bosnia was approaching genocide, something that you could not imagine that a Bosnian genocide denier would have said that early, a full year before the Srebrenica massacre happened. And the Srebrenica massacre is the only part of the Bosnian genocide that has ever formally been declared a genocide in court. And he actually argued that the USA had not done enough in Bosnia, in contrast with the image that it was peddling of genuine concern for Bosnians. He even argued that the US should participate in a UN intervention. So clearly, he wasn't even against US intervention as a whole. Rather, he believed that it should have been carried out under the more neutral framework of a UN operation, rather than the unilateral NATO one that actually ended up happening. And he has explicitly acknowledged the facts of the Srebrenica massacre, contrary to what some have claimed. The idea that he denied it was spread by a libelous interview in The Guardian, published in 2005. This interview used the headline of, question, "Do you regret supporting those who say the Srebrenica massacre was exaggerated?" Answer, "My only regret is that I didn't do it strongly enough." The Guardian had to retract this interview and admit that no such question was actually posed to Chomsky during it. What he had actually said was that he regrets failing to have defended another author who had planned to release a book denying the massacre, not because he agreed with her, but rather because he is a free speech absolutist who believes that she should have the right to publish her work on the matter, even if it's wrong. In the same interview, the interviewer also claimed that Chomsky had written the word massacre in regards to Srebrenica in quotes in order to imply that it had never happened, something that he had never actually done and that the interviewer invented. In actual fact, the interview wasn't even about Srebrenica, and the interviewer had outright edited it and even fabricated portions of it in an attempt to make it look like Chomsky denied it. Chomsky does not use the terms Bosnian genocide or Srebrenica genocide, though he does acknowledge the actual facts regarding those atrocities. His reasoning for this is because, as I explained earlier, he simply doesn't often utilize the term, and has a really high standard for when it should be used. This is not that uncommon of a stance for academics to hold, so he's clearly not alone in this reprehension. You can disagree with this, but that's not the same thing as actual denial of the events themselves, which is what those who would call him a genocide denier are clearly implying. Chomsky also said that he believes that Slobodan Milosevic, the president of Serbia during the Bosnian War, was likely not involved in the Srebrenica massacre. While I don't agree with this myself, it's nonetheless really not a controversial opinion to hold at all. This massacre was technically carried out by a breakaway state of Bosnian Serb separatists, rather than literally the state of Serbia itself, something that is often left out when people talk about this. The International Court of Justice ruled that Serbia itself was not directly responsible for Srebrenica and had only failed to prevent it. So Chomsky's position on this is, if anything, the most mainstream one that someone could hold, as it's in line with the ruling of the most important international court case on the matter to date. Milosevic died before he could individually be tried for the crime, but given that ICJ ruling, it's very unlikely that he would have been convicted for it, as he was Serbia's president, and they had already ruled that Serbia was not directly responsible for committing genocide. Chomsky's position on Milosevic's personal responsibility here is not one of denying the events. It's rather a somewhat reasonable position to hold, even if you disagree, as I do. Milosevic's personal guilt is not some objectively settled matter for which you can accuse someone of having committed some sort of unforgivable slight if they disagree with you on it. And Chomsky did at least state that Milosevic committed many crimes aside from Srebrenica, so it's not like he's saying the guy was awesome or anything either. So clearly, the idea that Chomsky is a genocide denier regarding Bosnia is not based on some sort of neutral assessment of his actual stance on the matter, on his opinion regarding what actually happened in the broad sense, but rather from outright slander and cherry-picking, and from him having reservations about comparatively small things, like the veracity of one single photo. If someone is to be marked as a genocide denier, and thus, by implication, basically an unperson for life, whose thoughts on anything you can and should just offhandedly discard with no engagement, just because they stubbornly refuse to acknowledge the authenticity of one single photo that was part of wider events which he does actually acknowledge happened, then what utility does this term genocide denier even have? Because it seems that all that it actually means is I'm looking for any reason to delegitimize this person's broader body of work, so I'm going to laser focus in on relatively insignificant details and blow them massively out of proportion to give me an excuse to do so. And these allegations have gotten so ridiculous that Chomsky is even called a genocide denier sometimes for things that other people have said. Spread as common knowledge among those who just repeat uncritically what they've heard others say once or twice is the idea that Chomsky denied the Rwandan genocide. In actual fact, Chomsky has scarcely ever even breached the topic. These claims simply come from the fact that once, Chomsky wrote a preface to a book by someone else who did deny the Rwandan genocide. The author, Edward Herman, who was a frequent collaborator with Chomsky, was a bit of a kook who, while being a solid critic at times, had some very bizarre opinions on seemingly random things. This included a twisted narrative of the Rwandan genocide. But Chomsky's preface to his book did not endorse these views. It merely approved of the book's thesis about the political usage of the term genocide, and did not say anything about Herman's mistreatment of the historical facts regarding the Rwandan genocide. In correspondence on the matter, Chomsky made it clear that the only thing that he approved of in the book was the broader thesis about the misuse of the term genocide, and that he disagrees with Herman's characterization of some of the examples that he used to argue for said thesis. He acknowledged that 8,000 people were killed in Srebrenica, which is in line with the official estimates on the death toll, and said that 1 million were murdered in Rwanda, which is actually quite a substantial overestimate. Chomsky's main concern here as a media critic was not with the facts of the examples used, but rather with the critique of the political use of the term genocide, and how so-called genocide denial is actually the norm for the mainstream media and Western governments in the many more numerous cases where it's being carried out by themselves or their allies. Chomsky simply seems to have not wanted to get dragged into a game of purely performative, ritualistic denouncements of certain historical events at the demand of other people, in this case, Western status quo supporting intellectuals, who had decided that these events were what Chomsky called their holy causes, which they demand people acknowledge like it's some sort of loyalty oath. And yeah, you know what? More power to him on that one, because there is this very real problem of people just endlessly quizzing others on whether they obediently acknowledge the official interpretation of this or that event, desperately trying to get some soundbite or quote from them that they can then use to delegitimize their wider body of work, with the implication being that questioning or even just plain being wrong about official Western geopolitical narratives should be a justification for you being silenced pretty much forever, which of course never applies the other way around. The objective was to seek some sort of justification that could be used to simply offhandedly discard Chomsky's comments on other things, like by saying, oh, an article by Chomsky, well, he denied this or that other thing, so everyone should just ignore whatever it is he's saying there. And ideally, he shouldn't even be allowed to speak. And it's completely understandable that Chomsky simply refused to engage with those sorts of demands. Chomsky can certainly be accused of very poor judgment for having contributed that preface to his friend's book, but to call him a genocide denier merely by association is clearly a stretch. And indeed, Adam Jones, an important genocide studies scholar who I have been citing throughout this video, criticized Chomsky for exactly that. And yet, he still concluded that Chomsky's work is a major, perhaps even unparalleled contribution to the study of mass atrocities, showing that you can in fact disagree with someone without engaging in hysterics and feigned outrage and desperate semantic attempts to brand them with labels like genocide denier that you imagine to render them persona non grata. Chomsky is a free speech absolutist, and he's been very consistent on that. He's never avoided associating with anyone just because they've said unsavory things, not even Holocaust deniers. So it's unsurprising that he didn't in that case either. Personally, I don't think that it should be considered outright impermissible for people to question any event, even the Holocaust, though I would certainly insult them and hold a very low opinion of their intellect and who they are as a person if they did. But the most common reaction to perceived denialism is not merely to exercise your right to think the speaker is a moron, it's more often attempting to outright shut down their speech. This is really just intellectual cowardice and laziness. We should be able to respond to such claims on their merits, especially because if we don't even bother doing so, then how is anyone else ever going to learn how to? Just insisting that these people are wrong and that their opinions on historical events should be impermissible is going to create generations of people who think that said opinions are wrong without actually knowing why, and it's going to paradoxically only make it easier for them to be pulled in by such ideas because they don't actually know why they're wrong. In my work on YouTube, I'd say like 90% of the attempted rebuttals to me are from people who seem completely convinced that I'm wrong, but who never actually engage with my work directly at all. They are practically, without exception, unable to even begin to explain just why it is they think I'm wrong. They will say things quite like what these people say to Chomsky, genocide denier, or some other insult that basically means I have the right to just offhandedly discount what you're saying without engaging with it at all, and you shouldn't even be allowed to say it. This sort of person is only made more and more common by attempts to render certain speech impermissible rather than actually engaging with it and refuting it. This is also very easily weaponized against the political left. If the default reaction to perceived denialism or unsavory opinions is a complete shutdown of that speech, then that's a precedent that is extremely easy to weaponize against people who make counter-hegemonic historical arguments in general, like it has been with Chomsky here. And this does not only happen with alleged genocides, because this same sort of thing pops up in general pretty much any time that you critique common understandings of history in the West on anything remotely controversial, like China or the USSR, for example. Anything but a simplistic blanket condemnation is always met with some sort of variant of, how dare you say that? You shouldn't even be allowed to say that. So it's very unwise for the left to engage in these sorts of practices, lest you help to further legitimize their use against you. Chomsky's free speech absolutist stance has especially been vindicated in recent years, as this exact sort of thing has been utilized, for example, to shut down people's speech regarding the Gaza. This exact sort of say that you should and that you critique common understandings of history in the West on anything remotely controversial, like China or the USSR, for example. Anything but a simplistic blanket condemnation is always met with some sort of variant of, how dare you say that? You shouldn't even be allowed to say that. So it's very unwise for the left to engage in these sorts of practices, lest you help to further legitimize their use against you. Chomsky's free speech absolutist stance has especially been vindicated in recent years, as this exact sort of thing has been utilized, for example, to shut down people's speech regarding the Gaza genocide, to the point that laws criminalizing unsavory historical speech, such as Holocaust denial, are presently being used to prosecute critics of Israel on the ridiculous basis that political speech, like comparing Israel to the Nazis, is a form of Holocaust denial. So Chomsky's views on these events have been deliberately mischaracterized, with even the slightest missteps or understandable contemporaneous skepticism being blown up into some massive thing that's then treated as if it makes everything else that he's ever said wrong by proxy. The reason for this is that people who are actually motivated by their disagreement with his broader body of work, but who are unable to refute it or too lazy to even try, are looking for an easy way to get around that by instead inventing flaws with his character that they can use to convince others to just discount his work entirely, without any need to actually engage with it. Thus, the big, scary label of genocide denier, rendering him persona non grata. If there's anything that we should learn from this, it's to do the exact opposite of that. Rather than legitimizing this sort of intellectually bankrupt behavior, we should instead engage directly with the facts and the arguments that we disagree with, instead of just lazily throwing out a negative epithet. The Western liberals who are the most vocal in denouncing Chomsky for this alleged genocide denial are practically without exception deniers or outright supporters of genocide themselves, except actually for real. The YouTuber Kraut once made a scathing video denouncing Chomsky as a genocide denier, using the very same talking points that I've refuted here. For a particularly bad example, remember the fake quote from that Guardian interview that I talked about earlier, which they ended up having to retract and apologize for publishing? Well, Kraut cites that quote in his video and then does a dramatic 10-second long pause for effect afterwards.
In a 2005 interview where he was asked if he regretted supporting those who claimed that the Srebrenica massacre was exaggerated, he said,
"My only regret is that I didn't do so strongly enough."
Trying to create this big, emotional coup de grace moment by citing a fake quote that had already been retracted more than 15 years beforehand and pausing for 10 seconds to let it sink in is some serious next-level emotional manipulation of your audience. Exactly the sort of thing that you'd resort to if you disagree with someone, but you know that you could never refute the broader theses of their work. And he definitely knew that he was lying here too, because the article that he puts on the screen before the quote is read off is literally the Guardian's retraction. His citation for this is the article where they retracted it and said that no question like this was actually posed to Chomsky in the interview. But he has so little faith in the intelligence of his audience that he just assumed they wouldn't even bother checking, I guess. I honestly kind of appreciate someone doing something like this. It's just that audacious. In his video, Kraut betrays his motivations very cheaply, as half of it is basically just him whining that Chomsky believes that NATO intervened in Bosnia for cynical geopolitical reasons rather than genuine humanitarian ones, in spite of the fact that this sort of assertion is just wholly irrelevant to the question of whether Chomsky denies the actual atrocities or not.
So where does Chomsky stand on all of this? Well, for one, he claims the military interventions by the United States and NATO were not done to prevent the Serbs from further committing genocide, but were a conspiracy by the West to destroy the last socialist state in Europe.
Clearly, in including this argument, he's pushing the implication that not believing that Western interventions are motivated by some sort of benevolent humanitarianism is, in of itself, a form of genocide denial. In spite of how clearly dumb that is, given that it took them 3 years to intervene, if we operate on the assumption that there was an ongoing genocide in Bosnia for the entire duration of those 3 years, then ironically, far from being paragons of humanitarian intervention, the NATO nations would actually be guilty of the international crime of failing to prevent genocide, because with that intervention they demonstrated that they had the capacity to make the Serbian separatists back off the entire time, and yet they didn't. Instead, they waited until they considered it geopolitically convenient. This is part of why the international courts that dealt with Bosnian genocide cases avoided making any decision that could have implied that a genocide had been ongoing for the entire war, as that could have opened up the NATO countries to legal liability for their inaction. And I have a longer video on this specific topic if you want more information on this and other stuff regarding the Bosnian genocide. It's as stupid as it would be to imply that someone who acknowledges the facts of the Holocaust is still nonetheless a Holocaust denier because they don't think the USSR ended it just out of the goodness of their hearts. And this is an excellent example of how the term genocide denier tends to be used, as a very lazy shortcut to avoid actually engaging with the arguments and the broader body of work of those who you disagree with. By the way, an interesting fact that you've probably never heard about before is that Iran and Pakistan supplied weapons to Bosnia for the entire duration of the war, rather than doing what NATO did and intervening 3 years late after a massacre of over 8,000 people in one day made them think that it was too much of a bad look not to do so. In fact, these NATO countries actually backed and enforced an arms embargo on Bosnia for the entire duration of the war. This sort of thing rubbishes the simplistic, triumphalist Western narrative of the supposed good and just imperial intervention in Bosnia, where they selflessly swooped in and saved the day. While Chomsky has some fairly reasonable excuses for why he was skeptical of the mainstream narratives regarding Cambodia and Bosnia, as such events were actually ongoing, Kraut, who is operating in the age of the internet and social media, where the mainstream media no longer has anything resembling its previous monopoly on the dissemination of information, does not have anything resembling those sorts of excuses. And his reaction to the overwhelming, unambiguous evidence of the Gaza genocide shows him to be a much, much worse so-called genocide denier than Chomsky could ever merit that label, even in his haters' wildest dreams. His initial reaction to the Gaza genocide was to call anyone protesting against it anti-Semitic and demand that they be arrested or deported. Repeatedly, for months, he posted saying that he is in favor of giving aid to Israel to help them do genocide. He then went completely silent on the matter once it became obvious that Israel was committing genocide, until a year later, when he finally spoke up in order to frame genocidal Israeli football hooligans who were rampaging through the streets of Amsterdam while singing songs celebrating the Gaza genocide as poor, innocent, vulnerable, helpless, victims of a pogrom. It seems that the only problem that he's had with what he calls the war is that it's been a disaster for Israel. I wonder what he would think if someone said not that the Bosnian genocide was a massive atrocity against Bosnians, but rather that it just sort of made the Serbians look bad and didn't go that well for them. Aside from that, he's just been pretty much entirely silent on it, acting like nothing's even going on because, you know, talking about it wouldn't really make him look good at this point, would it? Even as it's happening right in front of everyone's eyes in the most confronting way possible. It's no exaggeration to say that this is the most well-documented genocide ever. It's impossible that he is not exposed to it every time he looks at social media. And yet, when push comes to shove, when it came time for them to put their money where their mouth is and demonstrate even a slight little inkling of consistency, the liberals like this, who spent years lying about Chomsky to brand him a genocide denier, instead expose themselves as significantly worse than even the cynical, ideologically motivated caricature that they had crafted of Chomsky, without having any of the excuses and disadvantages that Chomsky did when he was contemporaneously trying to assess the evidence for the events in question. In summary, Kraut in his video says this about what he thinks should have happened to Chomsky because of his denial of the veracity of one single photo.
Frankly, I didn't even know how to address this at first in this video. It's outrageous. I'm surprised that this didn't completely ruin his career and reputation.
And, well, he's about 1 billion times worse than that on Gaza. The reason why this smear against Chomsky originated is far, far, far above everything else, simply out of outrage that he dares be skeptical of the mainstream media, that he demands a higher standard of evidence before he believes their narratives, and the way that he has always told the public to exercise that same sort of skepticism regarding the mainstream media. They zero in on the 1 or 2 occasions where Chomsky turned out to be wrong only with the benefit of hindsight to attempt to delegitimize him and his broader methodology, while ignoring the balance sheet, which shows that those methods resulted in him being vindicated on dozens of other occasions. Occasions where they themselves are, ironically, by their own standards, the actual genocide deniers 1 million times over. That Chomsky has been one of the few people who have sometimes been allowed to dissent against standard Western geopolitical narratives in the mainstream media simply enrages these people. As for them, even one dissenting voice is simply too many. And that's the root of all of this. But the exact same mainstream media exposure that brought Chomsky such attention and such hatred from these sorts of people is also something of a cause for concern, because Chomsky, after all, taught people to be skeptical of the mainstream media. His most famous work, Manufacturing Consent, argues that the media has a number of filters that ensure that whatever gets through has a strong tendency to serve elite interests, and Chomsky got through those filters a whole lot more often and more consistently than any of his ideological fellow travelers. Before continuing, I just want to note that there are a lot of Chomsky fans who often claim that he was actually excluded from the mainstream media rather than being included in it a whole lot more than any other left-wing intellectual of his age. And this is simply false and very easy to fact-check. Chomsky was talked about, interviewed, and published in the mainstream media way more than any other left-wing intellectual during his entire career. Again, no one else on the left even came close to his level of exposure to how he was regarded by them, and indeed utilized by them. The evidence for this is simply overwhelming, and those who state that Chomsky was somehow excluded from the mainstream media are not doing it based on any assessment of that evidence. I believe they have either simply heard that said from others without actually checking it, or they are simply so used to the relative prominence of Chomsky in the mainstream media that they have forgotten that the baseline for a left-wing intellectual in it is zero exposure, and they are incorrectly comparing him not to other left-wing intellectuals, but rather to those who were much more outwardly supportive of the status quo. So how do we square the fact that this critic of power, of the status quo, seems to have been quite close to Jeffrey Epstein, a prominent wealthy elite who was quite involved in influencing global affairs, both through his wealth and through, other things? The limited selection of Epstein's communications that we've seen so far reveal that he had enough political power that he was directly involved in manipulating global politics, and even sometimes seems to have been straight up telling sitting politicians what to do and say. How do we reconcile Chomsky's publicly stated worldview, where he was happy to call out the elites for their undue influence over the media and global affairs, with the fact that in private, he seems to have actually just sort of thought it was awesome that Epstein's wealth and blackmail material gave him immense influence, to the point that he had Israeli prime ministers on call and ready to chat with Chomsky whenever he wanted? How do we square that with the fact that in 2016, Chomsky's wife was trying to use his connection to Epstein to get direct access to Donald Trump, someone who Chomsky was publicly expressing his disdain for? And surely we haven't even seen the full extent of Chomsky's involvement with Epstein, as only a tiny minority of the Epstein files have actually been released unredacted. Yet still, what we've already seen regarding Chomsky is too much. Most of what Chomsky has ever written or spoken about is all well and good, but he was never the only one saying it. Countless others who had very similar things to say, who often covered them better than Chomsky did, were never featured in the mainstream media nearly as much as he was, let alone at all. Chomsky himself would surely agree that they do not hand you such opportunities without reason. Just as they have historically been the filters of what information you are allowed to know, they've also been the filters of who you're allowed to hear, and that they chose Chomsky to feature so often, and through that intervention, helped to turn him into what the New York Times once called one of the most important intellectuals alive, says something which is corroborated by what we now know about his involvement with Epstein. The Western media likes to maintain the appearance of there being an open debate, a lively exchange of ideas, which they are free to manipulate to ensure that regardless of how lively it might seem on the surface, it always somehow leads back to their preferred conclusions and positions. Chomsky being the left-wing intellectual most frequently featured in the mainstream media during the last 50 years is clearly because they consider this to be useful to them in some way. Who could forget Chomsky's lively exchange with a BBC journalist about why exactly it is that the media let him be a journalist in the first place?
How can you know that I'm self-censoring? How can you know that journalists are self-censoring? I'm sure you believe everything you're saying. But what I'm saying is if you believe something different, you wouldn't be sitting where you're sitting.
But we can apply Chomsky's own logic there to himself. Why did the BBC want to interview him? Why did the mainstream media in general seek him out at all, let alone continuously come back for more? There's clearly something they liked about him. It may be that Chomsky, in spite of his scathing critiques of Western foreign policy, still sometimes spread ideas that were nonetheless very compatible with the mainstream Western liberal vision of the world. He was quite anti-USSR and particularly anti-Bolshevik, for example. He also often displayed a sort of American exceptionalism that was no doubt colored by his own personal experiences of being relatively well received in the American mainstream media compared to other left-wing thinkers, frequently repeating that the US was the freest country in the world, and other such nonsense. That stuff might have something to do with it. Or it could be that In all of his criticisms of the Western mainstream media and Western foreign policy, Chomsky rarely ever prescribed action. And when he did, that action was nowhere near as radical as his denouncements were. Despite the fact that he once wrote that the USA only had one party called the Business Party, he still encouraged people to vote for the Democrats repeatedly. Kerry in 2004, Obama in 2008, Clinton in 2016, and Biden in 2020. Of course, his reasoning for this was quite different to the reasoning used by the mainstream media, but do the motivations really matter that much when the end result is the same? Clearly, they didn't think so, as they were happy to feature Chomsky whenever he was telling people to vote Democrat. It turns out that the mainstream media doesn't actually have too much of a problem with occasionally letting a guy tell the truth about Western foreign policy, provided they don't inspire you to actually do anything about it. Another example of this is his long-term championing of the two-state solution for Israel-Palestine. From very early on in his career as a public intellectual, he advocated for this solution that would further solidify the long-term legitimacy of the Israeli ethno-state and ensure the continued dispossession of Palestinians expelled from the land that it occupies, on the basis that this was supposedly the most realistic solution. Again, even if his stated reasoning for this is different to that of the mainstream, him championing it from the left still serves the interests of those who feature him in their television shows and publish his words in their pages. Because regardless of how much he correctly brands their claims to be honestly seeking the two-state solution as lies, he was still usually affirming a similar solution as the one that should be aimed for. And given his contact with Epstein, who was a fanatical Zionist, Chomsky's own personal history with Israel, and his private conversations with former Israeli prime ministers, it's also possible that he was quite a bit more pro-Israel in his real reasoning for this than he was letting on publicly. For the Western media, Chomsky was really a great combination that added up to something they could use quite well. He was prolific and untiring in his work and availability, radical in his critique, liberal in his prescriptions. Reading Chomsky, you would despise Western imperialism. Then he wouldn't really tell you to do anything about it. And when he did actually tell you to do something, it would be something that would channel that anti-systemic energy that he had built up in you right back into the structures that uphold the imperialism that he made you hate. By doing this, Chomsky and others like him serve as something of a pressure release valve, helping to ensure that discontent against Western foreign policy in the West itself does not explode into anything that could ever potentially be an actual threat. And this strategy has been highly effective, as Chomsky's 40 or 50 years or so as the leading intellectual of the American left have coincided with it becoming far more neutered and less effective than ever before, to the point that its present-day existence is often barely even distinguishable. The Epstein connection ties this all together. It shows definitively that Chomsky was far more comfortable with the prevailing power structures than he ever let on in public. And most importantly, it shows how someone can express counter-hegemonic opinions most of the time, yet still, if they aren't careful, ultimately end up serving hegemonic interests. I doubt Chomsky ever intended from the start to be used as he was. It's rather something that happened to him, which he was happy to let happen, because the incentive structures of the mainstream media and the fame, wealth, celebrity, and social status that it can afford you gave him every reason to keep it up. It is that fame that undoubtedly got him connected to Epstein in the first place. Those same incentive structures still definitely exist today. While the mainstream media's monopoly on information has heavily diminished, they still do matter, and they're still very faithful servants of the status quo. They can no longer completely gatekeep the spread of information as they could before, but they can still get you some very nice benefits, very similar to the ones that enticed Chomsky. But in Chomsky's era, if you wanted to be heard, if you wanted your words to reach more than a few thousand people, then the mainstream media was really the only game in town. They could get you before a national and international audience very easily, in a way that nothing else could even touch. There was no alternative. So he and others of his time at least did have some justification for trying to get their thoughts out into the mainstream media, at least occasionally. But none of that applies today. We live in the age of social media, where political commentary can legitimately be way more independent than ever before, while also having the potential to reach an infinitely larger audience than ever before. We live in an age where, with enough luck, one individual political commentator who only uses social media can legitimately reach more regular viewers or readers than what some entire old guard media publications now do. The way that information is shared and accessed has fundamentally changed, and it will never be the same. So while we certainly should have been more diligent in asking questions about Noam Chomsky, we should be even more diligent in asking questions about the potential Noam Chomskys of the future. Those who make the transition, as he once did, from seemingly being radical and independent, to suddenly being featured in the mainstream media, to getting profiled in it, to being sought out when they need a supposedly radical left opinion, and whose work they seem weirdly happy to disseminate, because you don't need to do any of that to be heard anymore. You can be heard just fine with a YouTube channel or a Twitch stream or even just a Twitter account, reaching millions upon millions of people, while still retaining a very high degree of independence. You're certainly not 100% independent, you're limited by the platforms that you're on, but it's still way more than ever before. And you don't even need to associate with the mainstream media to make money, as you can also make ridiculous amounts of money from these same platforms. But the mainstream media, while it is certainly less dominant now, still offers something that you might not be able to get from YouTube or Twitch: connections to the old elites, the old money, the old sort of fame, an entirely different world, one that even a new money social media star couldn't really imagine. The world of the Epsteins. So nowadays, those who choose to make the transition from relative independence to becoming useful tools of the legacy media are doing so way more deliberately than Chomsky ever did any of what he did. He got sucked into it because it was really the only option if he wanted to be heard, but the political commentators of today, they've already got the audience. They're already being heard. So for them, this is much more of a conscious choice. I am not here to cancel Noam Chomsky. He's certainly written things that are very useful, and regardless of what he did in his private life, his works are still going to often stand up on their own. What I am saying is that we should learn from Chomsky's life, and what he himself taught us about media criticism. We should be asking questions about the purpose that is served by those who allow themselves to be tempted by the mainstream media and its forbidden fruit, now more than ever before. Thank you very much for watching. If you liked this video and you'd like to see more like it, then subscribe for more. And if you'd like to support me monetarily, then you can head on over to my Patreon or Ko-fi page to do so. It all really helps, as without my supporters over there, I would not be able to make these videos. Now I'd just like to thank all of my supporters, and especially my $25 plus monthly supporters: Tree, Geordie, Bobby Lasers, Brosnan, Ferris, Firefox42, Goio, Harold Summers, Gel Cribson, Jack Agora, Pote, Qualia, Robocomi, S, the Son of Sandy, and my $10 plus supporters: the Empanada Brigades, Mira, Atuin, Adrian Nesu, Adrian Seares, Agrif, Alex, Asma B, Bicep, Big Little Man 12, Bitchy Obama, Bounty, Cockled Badger, Comrade Nat Boulay, Aramis Goodspiel, Eric Perkins, Flashy, Gabba Gundam 4444, Pan Feger, Happy Nephron, Hector Obregon, Jay, Jane, Jizdog, K, Can't Care Less, Kieran Goodwin, Lorenzino, Louis Bravo, Manuel Kigel, Matthew Maharik, Megan Lowndes, Minijan, Nabiru, Natty Clark, Nerla 1, Pukey, Sedna the Tanky, Support Libraries, T Street, The Most Anonymous, Ubaldo Hernandez, XXXX, You Can Change Your Name, Zoya. Thanks for watching. See you next time.
back third.